Hey.
Hello, hello.
Let me just fix this real quick. All right, that's better.
Perfect.
All right, so everyone needs to tap the screen. I'm not going to invite anyone up until we get to at least 1,000 likes. Look at all this butt hurt already. Haven't even said anything yet.
I know, right out the gate. Yep, let's tap the screen and share the live, everybody. Come on in, get comfortable. We're going to have a conversation. What just happened? I mean, at least you can acknowledge that when we talk about white supremacy, they are hate groups.
Right.
Oh, Stephen.
And they think that it doesn't affect them in any kind of way.
It has no effect on you? What do you mean by that? Are you talking about white supremacy has no effect on you?
Hi, Rexy. Aw. Are you feeling better?
So if it has no effect on you, it actually I just watched one of your videos and I'd love for you to come up. You got a banana? Oh, probably for misinformation.
The denial from Dixie.
So do you then we'll have the chat, I guess, with you in the comments if you're willing to kind of stick around and talk about it. Because in one of your videos, it's Harry talking about Donald Trump saying that if he doesn't win, that there'll be I'll call it a BB, but I think you know which video I'm talking about. And it's actually when we look at who said it, it was the president of the Heritage Foundation that said it. He said that it will only be bloodless if the left allows it. And so I definitely like to have a conversation about the white supremacists doing that and why you're protecting them in your videos.
Hi, all.
Hi.
Hello.
What are your thoughts on the topic?
What is there to be proud about living in a white supremacist country? Absolutely nothing. Not a damn thing. And this is why I don't claim this country. It is utterly disgusting. And to answer your question, Dixie, even that name is highly questionable. Let's face it. Dixie, just say you're a YT supremacist without saying it. BIPOC people are more likely to be sentenced to be unalived by the state, i.e., capital punishment. BIPOC are more likely to be sentenced more severely than YT people. So if you want to keep up with that misinformation, that's rather hideous, Dixie, because this country was quite literally built on the foundations of racism, where BIPOC people are counted as 3/5 of a person, which I can't even fathom. It's utterly disgusting. I can't stay for long, but I'll be back. Thank you for having me up for now. I'll be in the comment section. I have to go pick up pizza.
All right, take care. Rexy.
Hello, loves. The
Hi.
only thing I have an issue with what I don't know what his name was that was just up here, Wit or something, is we don't get to not claim the country that we live in and are citizens of. But we do get the opportunity to try to make the changes to it that need to be made.
God damn.
Doggy.
Right.
Yeah, he was coming in like a hot dog right there, bro. He was a hot dog. Yeah. It's hot outside, guys.
Look, did you hear? Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, hashtag like utterly disgusting. Is
My
that no?
dog?
What did he? No. What did he say? What that other guy say before he had to go get pizza? He said utterly hideous or something. I was like, man, that's a real player right there.
Oh shit.
yeah. So, what are your thoughts on the background?
You talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Skates. Can you just mute your mic so that we can hear him properly?
Yeah, I'm definitely. I like YouTube, so I'm one of those people. And what is there to be proud of? I don't know, man. I don't. You know, I probably sound like a hippie sometimes. But I don't. That's a tough one right there. I do like YouTube though, and genuine people. So that's how I'd answer that.
So, what do you think about the United States being a white supremacist country?
The United States? Are we really united anymore?
Were we ever?
No, I don't think we are. Right? Dude, I mean, all different states got different laws. Like, you know, I'm from Texas, so like that's why I like being from Texas. Cause I don't know why they ain't seceded from the bullshit yet that they call the United States. But I know it took a lot of time for them to join, and they had to fight a war for them to join. But I don't know, man.
So, you wanted them to say, you wanted do you support the Confederacy then?
I mean, like my dad's from Pittsburgh, so like he's cool. Like, I mean, I'm from the South. That's all I know. Like, I'm born and raised in the South, so yeah, I'm supporting what I want to support.
Which is?
The White House. Whoever gets in there, I'll support him.
So, you support the presidency right now?
It seems like it's making some people upset. So, like, I just don't pay attention that much. You know, I got ADD, so I daydream. Like, the White House is like a daydream for me. Just like, it's like, oh, dude, yeah, I went there one time.
Have you been gardening?
Garden.
Oh man, I'm so confused. So
What? I mean, my mom's been gardening.
no, um, so
What? What do you mean? I
nothing.
kind of I get what you're saying. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to play around.
So
No,
you
dude. No. I gardened a little bit today.
okay? Or have you been gardening like when you came on here?
Just before the news gets popping off, see what they're talking about. I don't really like the news, but I just want to be up to date with modern world. No, I just garden. I garden about just not that much, dude. I love that term, by the way, too. I, yeah, that's funny right there. I'm just saying, I've never heard that before.
Okay, go on mute for a minute. I want to hear from Word, and then I can never remember. Is it Rossi?
Roxy.
Roxy. Okay, I want to hear from Word and then Roxy.
Um, I'm partially with him on that because I love YouTube too, but I feel like there's a lot to be proud of in the country. Food's pretty good. I love my city. I love my freedom. I love that I can do what I want and say what I want willingly and not be punished by death for it. Um, so there's a lot of things to be proud of. Sure, the country might be ran by supremacists, but that ain't got nothing to do with me. Ain't got shit to do with me.
Dude, I wouldn't even like want to meet like a supremacist at the club, bro.
I'm saying like it's been this way how long? Like since the start, son. It's never gonna change. Look at our candidates. We got two morons. I'm not voting this year. Look at the morons they gave us to choose from.
So
Like
let's
this,
hold on. Let's hold on. Let's not run away. Let's kind of maybe stay on the topic of white supremacy in the United States.
those are two supremacists.
So let's not. We know that white people are inherently racist. We do understand that, and we accept that. So if we're looking at two white men as candidates, absolutely, we're looking at two inherently racist.
Wait,
But then
hold
so
on.
are the rest of the
When
white
you
people
say
in the
wait, hold on.
United States.
When you say inherently racist, elaborate for me. What do you mean?
Do you know what that word means?
Racist or inherent?
Inherent.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but that's not true though. You can't.
How is it not true?
Okay,
It means a
so
characteristic way. It means in a characteristic way. It doesn't mean you're born with it.
well, inherit would not be born with it.
Inherent, not inherit. Two different words. Inherent and inherent. Inherent means you inherit something from your parents, and
Okay,
inherent means
I misheard you.
central.
Calm down.
And hold on, and then central in a characteristic way. That means your character. That's what it means.
Yeah, I misheard you. My fault. Calm down.
Okay, we're not going to do that. She was being very calm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
word up,
anyways.
word up, man. Word's cool.
Gates, mute your mic.
But anyways, I'm not white, so it don't matter. I guess it's really the topic ain't on me. I'm not white, but I think that an argument like this is stupid. I think it's ignorant. It don't make no sense. The United States has never been united. MAGA is dumb. America has never been great. So, I mean, we all understand that. We all get that. People who believe it are just ignorant. Okay, leave them alone. I don't know. Every time I get on the internet, I can't look nowhere at all without seeing something about black folks, about white tea folks. I can't see nothing. Nothing at all. It's just all debates about things that most people will never change or care about or anything. I mean, it's like this, like the topic being what is there to be proud of? What kind of debate or argument is that? I mean, of course, we're divided partially in this country, but we're going to stay that way if we keep arguing things like this.
I have to get back to my kids. Can I just say one thing real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm mute.
You mean go
I'm
ahead like you're the host. But anyway, go ahead. No
Thank you
drama.
so much. I'm proud that when I was growing up, I'm 38, and I have family that's biracial. And when they were younger, it was harder on them than I think it is on my nieces and nephews who are also biracial. So I'm proud that it seems to, at least where I live, it's getting a little bit better for this little part of the country. And I'm proud that my little girl, who is white, doesn't see color because we've never taught that to her. But I truly wish that a lot of other white people would not teach that
So
difference
can
so
we talk
early.
about that real quick? Because I think a bunch of people down in the comments just got a bingo. So let me know in the comments if you got a bingo. Because was that tokenizing? I don't see color.
All of the things.
Just all of them. That was wild. So
Let's
we
talk
all
about
see color.
diversity. Let's
No,
talk about
let's go ahead and
diversity.
mute back
Gates,
up, please.
if you unmute one more time, you're going to get dropped.
Y'all can mute me all y'all want. Let's talk about diverse neighborhoods.
Have some decorum.
So let's talk about the last thing, that I don't see color. And
My children don't see color because
Yeah,
we've never
that's not any
we've
better.
never tried to
That's
teach that to them.
That's not better.
Problem.
That actually, and your explanation for it made it that much more worse.
so what is it that you think you're teaching your children when you teach them not to see color?
If my children bring up a difference, it's always, well, isn't that beautiful? Isn't that pretty too? Like they're little. They're only 5 and going to be 4. So when they talk to me, they say, "Mommy, this baby's darker," and I'm like, "Yes, but that baby's darker. Baby, isn't that beautiful too?" Because I'm not going to go into the facets of racism with her, or explain cultural differences to her because she's only 4.
So, but when she does grow up and is in that system of white supremacy, are you going to explain to your children that that system is going to treat your children different than it does children from the Black community?
Yes, because they need to understand that there's a difference and it's not right, but there is one.
Wait, what's the difference that's not right?
There will always, in this country for the next at least a few hundred years, be elements of racism. And while I can't personally take those away, I can at least try my best to explain that it's not correct that, these tests are catering to our history and not their history. It's not correct that people are treated differently at interviews, and that if people need to express their dissatisfaction with that, you should accept that and not see it as a negative. See it as you have to accept that in the past things were done that were horrible, and it will always be around. But we don't have to be horrible people. We don't have to go into that direction.
So do you understand that you're perpetuating that by teaching your children to not see color?
At this age, how could they? If I taught them right now
Do you understand that 4-year-old Black children experience racism?
I'm sure they do. I've seen them.
Why is your 4-year-old special enough that they don't have to learn about it, but a 4-year-old Black child has to experience it?
I wish no child had to experience
I didn't ask you what you wish. I asked you why Is it acceptable to you that a 4-year-old black child can experience racism, but you can't even teach your child what racism is?
Because at 4 years old, she won't understand.
You will, because a 4-year-old black child understands when they're receiving it.
Can I go?
I,
It was my turn after Mama. She just jumped in when it was my turn after the other guy. But
Rossi, Roxy, sorry. Do you want to respond to Drama?
yes, I'm Roxy. I'm 30, and I'm black, and my pronouns is she, her. Drama. I'm biracial too. I have a YT mom too. So, and I went through racism. I went through my mom taught us about race growing up, that we were different than white tea people, because if you don't see skin, if you don't see color, that means you don't see the experience of what other people is going through in life. So not seeing color is teaching your children not to see, experience it, or not to see or validate other people's experiences in the world. And my mom is a YT mom, and she always says she never saw color, but growing up I had to learn about microaggressions and stuff like that growing up. So even at a young age, I experiencing stuff like that, and it's not hard to teach children anything. It's just to get them to know and understand what is racism and how to deal with it.
I apologize. I believe when I said that, when I said I don't teach them color, what I meant was I know of people that tell their children that, hey, this child is not to be played with. This child is different. This child is lesser than, and I would never do that. And when I said that, what I meant to say was that I am proud that it's improving where I live to that point where there's not overt racism like there used to be overt racism, where there was like, in your face, I'm going to tell my kid not to play with your kid because I'm white and you're not. And that's terrible. And I have seen it happen, and I'm glad that it's getting better.
See, I forgot
Overall, the
that part
country
too. I
sucks.
forgot that you said that too. I forgot that you, as a whole white woman, said that racism is getting better when you don't even experience it. So how would you know?
From my perspective, I'm sorry again. I am trying my best.
So are you trying to not sound like a racist, or are you trying to not be a racist?
Silver, I'm not. I don't think that.
God gave you a phone call and said you shouldn't overspeak and wait your turn. So go ahead, Drama. And then I also am speaking over Rexy, and I'd like to not do that again.
I am trying to not, of course, not be a racist, because racism, in my opinion, is wrong. If I wish that everyone had, similar positive experiences in life, and I'm sorry that this has happened to other people, and I'm eventually going to try to teach my children, yes, but it's just hard to explain to them when they're so young this complex problem that has not gotten better for so long. And they're going to look at me and say, well, why is it this way? And the answers to that are way above their heads.
Is it because the answer is that their mom and moms just like them aren't doing anything about it, aren't standing up against it, aren't beginning to speak out about it? And it's really hard to tell our children that we are the uplifters of this system and we are the reason it still is in place. I could understand how that would be hard for you.
Another question. My thing is, why do as a whole, why do white tea people get with black people, but then when we talk, then when the race category come up, the white tea people don't want to teach or even listen to what black people have to say or about racism. They don't want to acknowledge it, and they don't want to teach their children. That's my problem, is y'all get with black people, but then y'all don't want to recognize our struggle or things that we go through. That's my issue. Is like, why y'all want to sleep with us and then y'all tell us our experiences doesn't matter, or y'all don't see color, or we're all human, we're the human race, but then when we do talk about race, we get called racist or like anything like that. But then yet y'all want to have kids with us, but then don't teach them about racism.
I think, Roxy, I think because No Drama came out, the Gates tokenizing, her children are white. She's I assume was with a white man. Just I'm not sure if because she came out the gate tokenizing, so I could see why if you thought.
I was literally only going to be in here for a second, so I just wanted to say that I thought it had improved by
All right,
their
so before
experiences
you
and what they tell me, what
all right, so
my brothers tell me.
before you go, I know that Witch King wanted to ask you a question.
Thank you, Melanated. Would you like me to give my age, name, race, and pronouns real quick?
Yes, please.
As you wish. Howdy, howdy, party people. My name is Witch King, the one, the true, the only witchy man out here on this app. I am 24 years of age. I respond to any and all pronouns. I'm of the paper power persuasion. And let's see, what else? Did I miss anything? Oh, I don't think I did, but oh well.
No, you got everything.
Thank you so much. And I would like to credit my introduction to the one, the only, the fabulous, the Pisces King. And honestly, Silver asked all the questions that I had in my head. But I do want to say something to Jen in the comments. Jen, kindly watch your mouth before I tear you to pieces.
I would like to point out, Drama, that if a member of the Black community told you something, that doesn't mean you get to go around and speak for the Black community. I would really like you to understand that that is not your place, that you have no stick to measure that by, and to say that somebody else told that to you. Well, are they here to speak for themselves? Then you probably should not be speaking for them.
I also wanted to add, so this is when people say I don't see color, I know that they think that they're being inclusive, but what they're actually doing is shutting down important conversations about race and denying the existence of racism, right? So one thing is that people that are raised to not see color, they are actually more likely to use microaggressions towards the Black community than people that were not raised that way. And it's so I'm just going to leave it at that. I just want you to understand that it's really important that you teach them to see color. Because when they don't see color, or when they say that they don't see color because they actually do, it's sort of invalidating a part of their existence and their identity.
And I appreciate that, and I'll take that into consideration. When they have uncles that they see as their uncles because they're my adopted brothers, when they see their uncles being, here with them and they're talking to them, and it would, at this point in their life, I think they're a little too young for me to say, hey, let me teach you about this concept that will make you so disheartened and sad. I just want to keep them from that as long as I can, but they will definitely learn it eventually. And I really have to go, but thank you all for your time. I'm
And
so
you
sorry
should,
if I
because you heard nothing that Rexy said. It's so great that your children can live their life in innocence when Black children cannot.
so
So
just
take that
because
privilege,
just because
take that privilege and leave. You were leaving, please go. Do not continue to
I and
speak that harm into this live. You can go. You were leaving. Say you said goodbye. You interrupted the live to make it about you. We made it about you. Now go. And let's talk really quickly about the groups that we're talking about that uphold this white supremacist ideology really quickly. When we look at, and if you go to my link tree in my bio, if you look under hate crime, you're going to see quite a bit of movement with the FBI and who these groups are, that there are over 1,200 groups currently, domestic T groups residing in the borders of the United States. There's the Southern Poverty Law Center website that lists them out for you. The FBI has said that they are the #1 domestic threat against the United States. We know that the government has sanctioned international groups. So now that any groups currently residing in the United States that do business with these international groups will also begin to be sanctioned and criminalized. So we see their upward movement, we see what that is, and we see what it looks like here in the United States. And when we look at the foundation of what the United States was built on, it was that ideology, that their pseudoscientific beliefs that they pushed into the system that then created the structures that uphold the United States today.
All right, Word, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Well, I didn't want to interrupt her. You were talking to me, right, son? You were talking to me, or
Mm-hmm.
was you
I was
just?
talking to the entirety of the chat that was telling me that these groups don't exist and that continued when I was talking.
Oh no, I agree. Yeah, no, the groups definitely exist, but my thinking is, it's the same with white people who try to ally themselves with us when they're not with us. That keep racism alive as well.
Absolutely. When we look at the entirety of white people in America, and that's why when we talk about this, we know that it does not exist on one political party versus the other. You know, when we look at the entirety of white people in America, we can understand that we are all inherently racist. We do have the ability to actively work to be anti-racist, but allyship is not within our grasp when we look at those things.
Hereditary or like a
And
cultural thing?
not to mention what's the word? Just white people who speak on things that have nothing to do with them, or just being white on white.
So the good news is that being white, talking about white supremacy is my lane. It would be my people, my community that has built this structure and uphold this structure. And so it's my community's responsibility to break that down.
So
Yeah.
I have a question. If that's cool.
All right, can you give us your age, race, and pronouns before you ask your question?
For sure. Kieran, 34, mixed race, I guess. My question was, is that do white immigrants count like in this, like, you know, because they're not socialized in America? So like, let's say if someone comes from like a country that doesn't really have any non-white people, so they've never interacted with non-white people before, or maybe they come from a country where race relations are better, do they, like, what's their role to play in this sort of like, because they would have to learn the I guess the behaviors of white Americans to like unlearn them, or, you know.
So are you saying like because I think it's a white people problem, and it is a global problem. While we do only talk about America, white people globally uphold these ideologies.
So, like Russians uphold the ideologies.
Well, I would say white people, because when we look at different ethnicities, like I'm Irish, but I'm white. There are black people who are Irish. There are white people who are Scottish and black people that are Scottish, kind of all along when we're looking at those things. So when we're talking about this, we're talking very specifically about white people.
So that includes like people from countries where they don't have non-white people, though, like Russia, for example.
Oh,
Or
most definitely. And so Russia is very diverse as well. But when we look into like Finland, I think they have problems with it as well. There's another one. Gosh, I forgot which one was the leading. It was like, oh, I forget. Let me look it up and I'll come back to you on that. But yes, more predominantly in the countries that have, like, not just dominantly white, but almost completely in their grouping, they do have even a bigger problem. They're going to be some of the centers where it begins from and where it grows the most unchecked.
so a majority of white people is where white supremacy is the most rampant.
Yes.
Okay.
It can be. I wouldn't say the most rampant, because I would say currently right now we're seeing all of the gear ups here. We're seeing, we actually have our Department of Justice, our Department of State, and the government in Germany have a union together to begin standing against these groups and their individuals that support them globally. So we do see a lot more movement into countries that are more diverse, unfortunately, now.
And Ron, I'm sorry, were you asking specifically about like white supremacist groups or white supremacy ideology in general?
Oh, yeah, good question.
Just I guess the ideology in general, because like first we have the ideology and then like people form groups, I guess, right? Like, I mean, I know people can get their ideologies from groups, but like, you know how groups can like hand out pamphlets or like radicalize people on the internet, or, you know what I'm saying? Like the group comes first, then the idea, or the idea, then the group, chicken and the egg. I don't know. Just trying to understand like, you know, in the Southern Poverty Law Center, they have all these lists of things. Like, I think like the Boogaloo Boys is up there, something like that, or the Proud Boys and stuff like that.
Yep,
But
they
it's,
are.
these are groups that have black people in them, so it's hard to kind of tell who's an actual
Oh,
white
okay. So, and that's a great question to kind of lean into, because we do realize, you know, when we look at a lot of times when we think of white supremacy, or we think of like the Schnazis in Germany, it is kind of where we look to see the last real time, other than the South trying to rise up and keep slavery. When we look at what Germany did, they hold the structure of what that looks like. And in Germany, if you look back at what they're doing, like the Schnazi groups, when we look at Hitler in particular, he had, say, the SS. We all know who the SS were, but he also has another group called the SA that is not talked about a lot in history. But if you go back and look at the Night of the Long Knives, you'll see the history of the group, the SA, and how it had marginalized people in that group. And it was used just as the Proud Boys are, as a paramilitary unit, which if you look at the Proud Boys, they actually, that's what they talk, and when they talk about themselves, they are the boots on the ground movement. You know, they're not the ones trying to indoctrinate, and I know they don't use the verbiage indoctrinate, but they're the boots on the ground that take land. And so when we look at the enforcers and what they do, we know that on the Night of the Long Knives, the entirety of the SA was done away with because they had served their purpose. And so to think that white people would not allow marginalized people to unalive themselves for their cause is kind of, I think it's, you know, it's a little too, like, you have to see that they would absolutely love that.
I know. I mean, the Confederacy had enslaved people fighting for them too. Like, it's, you know,
100%. And that's exactly the basis that we look at. And so when we see that structure, we can see it play out in these groups as well, but we already have their playbook, you know, and so we know what that looks like.
right.
Right, I want to go on to our next two guests. So, Broke first, and then Braby. So, Broke. Oh, never mind. Bray.
I'm Brittany. I'm 32. My pronouns are she and her. I do believe we are living in a white supremacist country. And for all of the people in the comments that, hold on, baby, hold on. Sorry, that's my son. For all the people in the comments saying that we don't, I would like just for one white tea person to give me an example of a time that they've had to walk outside of their door and think about the consequences of their skin color. What being a white tea person outside, what consequences that might bring you. For all of the people saying we have equal opportunity in the comments, explain that to people of color who have to worry about their significant others making it home if they get pulled over just for reaching for their wallets or walking through a white tea neighborhood and getting killed by police. That isn't equal. That is
Okay,
white
so that would
supremacy
be
at its
any
finest.
white tea person that leaves their house and
Yeah,
gets assaulted.
don't do that. Go ahead and continue.
Those were the points I was trying to make, and I will sit in the comments and wait for a white tea person to give me an example of one time they had to leave their house and be conscious of their skin color. Mama.
All right, Eternal, you can unmute now.
Yeah, I don't really count myself as a full white tea person, but I would just say where the white people, I guess just any white tea person who has been targeted with violence because of their skin color, and they exist as a statistic. They are real people with real stories. So that would be the people that you're referring to, I guess.
So, you know, when I think of, say, for example, what the police are doing, and somebody says to me that the police unalive white people too, it really just stops me dead in my tracks, and I don't even know what to say, because I don't understand how you can sit here and watch the police unalive citizens and think that that's a gotcha. I think that the police overreach in all ways, and I think that it's amazing that our police have more relaxed rules of engagement than our military does. I think it's absolutely atrocious. But when we look at the system of how the police treat, you know, we know that they treat all people egregiously. But when we look at the difference between how the Black community is treated versus how the white community is treated by the policing system, we can see the disparities even within that.
Does the same logic apply when we look at other racial groups?
What do you mean? Apply in what way?
The rate of police death between Hispanics and African Americans, or Hispanics and Asian Americans, or any other
So
group?
when we're looking at race, we have to remember that Hispanic is not a race, right? There are only 5 races in the United States. And so when we look at that structure of race, when we look at that hierarchy, then the police treat according to that hierarchy of race, if that makes sense.
I mean, hierarchy in the disparities, like what place they come in.
Yes.
I mean, I guess you could call it a hierarchy. I don't know. That would imply like intention. I don't really.
Behind the system as it was built, absolutely. This system that is in place currently in the United States was built with intent. It was heavily pushed when slavery ended, when Jim Crow began to come into play. All during that time, we have, and I'm going to speak very heavily into white women and our group as a whole, and the structures that we began to build and put into place. Things like it's the Racial Integrity Act, the RIA, where we began to try to put laws into place that kept segregation alive. And then all during the civil rights movement and all of those things, white women very particularly had our own movements to keep segregation alive, to begin to build this structure with intent. And so when we look at that hierarchical structure, I don't believe that white people are supreme to anybody, nor do I believe that Black people are inferior to anybody. And so, but we have to acknowledge that that structure was put into place with intent.
Oh, yeah, but and then the outcomes of the structure would be the hierarchy, is what you're saying, I guess. Like when we're looking at like who gets shot, stopped and frisked more, or like shot and killed by police more, we would have the different groups and how the likelihood of them every year are to be, succumb to these situations or whatever. But it's just like I feel sometimes like if I look at the groups like the highest earning, the least incarcerated people, the people who stay married more, the people who have health problems less, the people who live longer, the people who have businesses, college graduation, like the people who have the best like statistics in our society are Indian. And so like either it's Indian supremacy here or they're really bad at maintaining white supremacy here. I don't know.
Can I say something?
Sorry, sure, go ahead.
For those people in the comments who think that Latino is a race, it's not. You could be any race and be Latino. Just like Mexican is not a race, you could be any race and be Mexican. There's Black Mexicans, white Mexicans, Black Latinos, white Latinos. So I don't understand why people say Latino and Mexican is a race when it's not. And I have a question for Essential. If like white tea people can experience racism, where's the advocates for them that Black people have to tell them that they can experience racism? Because I never seen any activist group out marching for the rights of white tea people.
I think in Tennessee they just did some weirdos were walking around with like masks on and like flags upside down and stuff. They jumped out of U-Hauls. I don't know, something like that. Like,
yeah, that was.
Even then, that's not even directed towards a racial group. I didn't see any like banners or anything that like was descriptive specifically to white people. But I'm just guessing. I don't know.
Did you see the Confederate flag?
Yeah, I think I might have. Yeah.
Okay.
But those are different. That's a different group. Those are white nationalists. This group, not a racial group.
You sure you don't want to walk that back because that sounded crazy? Like,
so what I'm going to say about that group is you see them protesting, but they aren't protesting for human rights. They aren't protesting because of them being oppressed. They're protesting diversity, equity, and inclusion in the United States. And so a perceived threat to that hierarchical structure that they would like to keep in place is what their goal is. Okay. And you asked very specifically, and I'd like to kind of go back to your question, because you said that you were talking about like financial, live longer, all of these different things within that structure. And you actually brought a couple of white supremacist talking points to the forefront of the conversation that I'd like to highlight for you. When you talk about that financial structure and when you talk about that gain by race, you take away the understanding that all races exist in all categories of life. And when we look at what white supremacist ideology is, it does not mean that other races can't gain within the United States. It just means that that overarching hierarchy is going to benefit white people the most. And when we look at what that benefit is, you said longer lives, of course. That's what we're talking about. Because when we look at the life expectancy in the United States, we actually have a very low life expectancy. Ours is shortening, while the rest of the industrialized countries, theirs is growing. Okay, so when we look at that disparity then within our country, knowing that we all are doing poorly, and we see that the Black community has a shorter lifespan, and we look at the oppression from the system, we can see what causes that. We can see that disparity in the medical system, where Black women are unalived at a 3 times higher rate than white women during childbirth and pregnancy and things like that.
No doubt that disparities exist for sure.
The thing I think is crazy is especially another reason our life expectancy is so low is because we allow so many more things to be put into our food, as well as like shit. The other day, me and my fiance just learned that there's lead and other such metals and asbestos in feminine products and all sorts of stuff like that. I mean, just the amount of stuff that's allowed to be put into our foods that like so many other countries ban in all different forms of production, whether it's foods, houses, everything else. Yeah, or just burn this country down, stock car. Like, I mean, honestly, we could do with a clean slate.
Hey, Duct, I know you're up here as well if you wanted to jump in and share, if that's okay.
Hold on. My Wi-Fi and my 4G are fighting each other. Stand by. Sorry. I wanted Libertarian to go because they were talking about being in the medical field yesterday and how they don't see color, and she's been chirping in the comments for the last little bit. So I just want her to talk, and then I would like to talk to her about some medical racism. So that's.
I would say as long as Libertarian doesn't go into that speech she has prepared about the color of skin and the color of blood and all of that, let's just bypass that and get to an actual conversation.
Oh no, absolutely. No, that's okay. I didn't want to talk about that anyway. I wanted a clean start and apologize for yesterday. But I wanted to ask the panel and or the host, what do you mean by living in the YT supremacy today? Like what are you like what is your definition of the YT supremacy today, I guess?
Excellence. I think they're just saying the wrong thing, but
No, I was just curious because I was just looking up some statistics, and a lot of the times, because you guys were talking about like offing rates on certain like different races and whatnot, but I pulled some statistics and I don't know if the host will let me in the big box so I can show you guys.
No, you can tell us what those are and we can look. I'm sorry, Melanated, because I forgot. I remember the statistics that you bring up of hypertension and different things like that. I forgot about that because when we look at hypertension across the board, we see that both white women and Black women unalive at the same rate because of hypertension. So it's not, that disparity isn't hypertension.
No, this was about different things, talking about.
So
like,
you went and found
rates.
more. You went and found more. Oh, and I'm sorry, Duct, go ahead.
No, just I was going to say about the hypertension thing. The problem with that is medical racism teaches us that Black folk have hypertension because of their race, and no one takes into consideration the food deserts and the processed food and the only available things that are causing the hypertension. Literally, the racism is causing the hypertension, which causes the unaliving.
No, I'm talking about like violent crimes because you guys were talking about the different things. Silver said I couldn't be put in the big box, which is fine. So I can bounce in and out because I didn't write them down. I just screenshotted them and not edited, but like marked out the trigger words for TikTok purposes because I don't want to get the live taken down. Let me airdrop them to my laptop. Give me just a second if you guys don't mind.
Is she about the 1350s?
I think so.
Oh,
So wait, white women, black women have the same rates of hypertension, and then like, what about the other racial groups? If they have less hypertension, is there like a conspiracy to keep them alive and to kill black and white women and whatever race that group is? Do we live in a supremacist
Hey,
system?
Eternal.
it's the medical racism that does the unaliving.
Eternal, I
Everyone,
need you to hang on a second. Eternal, I need you to say unalive instead of the K word.
Totally, I totally forgot. I'm so sorry.
I can give you a proof of medical racism. When I was cause I'm black, I went through my therapist and she told me that she was racist, but she was working on being anti-racist, and that they were taught to have racial biases, and they were taught not to see color. And when I was talking to her, because she's a therapist, I was talking to her about my experience and stuff, and she told me that she was taught not to listen to people of color because of her racial biases, and that black people have higher rate of tolerance and stuff like that. But she educated herself in saying that's wrong. That's not what people. That's not how all black people are. So she had to work on her biases because she didn't want those ideologies.
So wait, just to be clear, she was somebody who didn't apply biases to people based on skin color, and that's racism. And she said she was going to do work and now start applying biases based on color. And you trust that more in a medical professional, is what you're saying.
all right. So what we learn
She
in
admitted
medical, well,
therapist said that, and she was taught to she was taught to not see color in her profession. She told me that.
Well, you're not supposed
so
to in the medical community. That will cause
Yeah.
problems.
you're absolutely supposed to. The entirety of the medical system is based on race. We learn this when we work with the software Epic.
Yeah, you're not
But
supposed to do that. That goes against ethics.
well, you're not supposed to
And
do a lot of things, sir,
it
but
goes
things
against
happen,
ethics
right?
to do that.
So in Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health,
Oh, well, that's
we
a
have,
horrible school. Don't listen to them. Like,
sir, could you calm down
terrible
and like control
school.
yourself?
Well, you would. I mean, you should quote an actual like good medical school, like Einstein or something. Not that hack
Sir,
school.
sir, could you mute yourself? Thank you.
Come on.
So anyway, Johns Hopkins, Bloomberg Public School of Health, or health systems, or whatever, we're actively
Yeah.
teaching the next generation of medical professionals the same tropes. If you're a phlebotomist, grab the thicker gauge needle because the black skin is tougher and rougher and thicker. Make
If people
sure
are
that
wait,
any
wait.
black
If people
patient,
teaching this should
make
be
sure any
fired.
black patient of yours isn't drug
But people
seeking. So
teaching
when
this should
you
be
open up
fired. That's
Epic,
racist.
go into
That's
when you
terrible.
open up Epic, go look into the
That's
drug seeking and
awful.
make sure that they haven't looked for narcotics
Well, that's
in the
why I
last
don't like the
whatever.
schools you just
Can
quoted. They're
someone mute
terrible
him,
medical
please?
schools. They're hack schools.
So, and we're not even talking about schools anymore. We're talking about the medical software that
But
is
those schools
used
should be
across the
shut down,
nation.
in my opinion. They should be shut down. They should have their doors closed. Period. If they're teaching students that
What's
crap,
going
they
on
should be
right
shut
now?
down right
Do we have
now.
any mods?
Yeah, but you would disagree with it, but it still exists, though. That means that medical racism still exists. Like, it's existing. I disagree with it, too. But if you have a school that you disagree with and they're hacks, but they're promoting medical racism,
Definitely
it
shut
exists.
them down. We should shut them down. We should have kids marching
I'm not
on
even
that
talking
more
about
than
the
anything
school
else.
anymore.
But that
Shut the
school is
hell up and
horrible.
listen. I'm
No one
talking
should
about the
ever listen
medical
to that school.
software
It's the
that
worst school
Obamacare
ever.
put through. The school is called, the software is called Epic Systems. And it is the program that every doctor from California to Maine has to use
Yeah, it's a
via
medical
the
records
government.
database. It's a
This
medical records database. It's a
it's not it's
universal.
the entire user interface for every medical system, from when you walk in and the doctor's sitting there asking you questions. And a really cool thing is when you check the box that my patient's black, things start disappearing, like caring about their pain. Like literally when you check the white box, there are different windows that pop up than when you check the black box. It is, and let's talk about statistics. Let's talk about mortality of black women, 3-1. If a black woman goes in to give birth and she has any white doctor or nurses, she is at a higher risk of unaliving before getting out of there. 3-1. Just because doctors are told that black people don't have the same pain. They're told not to listen to their complaints. They're
Well,
told
I
all
know a
these
lot of
wonderful
people in
things
the medical
in
community,
school.
and this is not a standard. This is not
Seriously.
These are people that are going to get fired. These are people that are not in the
It
medical
does.
community as
See,
a
here's
whole.
the white supremacy coming out in me,
Like
right?
these are usually just
It's
fun.
lone wolf. You're literally separating these people as lone wolves and malpractice. This is not
100%
malpractice.
malpractice. That's
This
malpractice.
is
All right,
medical
hang on, both of you, for a
racism
second.
because it happens the entire.
Hang on, Duct.
I would call lawyers and get a malpractice suit going. Period.
Listen, if you unmute one more time, I'm gonna drop you. I'm trying to speak. I need both of you to go one at a time because it's very, very difficult for us to hear.
Anyone doing any of these procedures or practices that this man mentioned should be in a malpractice suit. All of them.
Could I ask you a question then? Because when we look at what this system is doing, when we look at where the information from this system comes from, when we look at the understanding of what medical racism is, it's something that the white supremacists tout as race realism. It's the idea that race is somehow biological, and this is what they teach in medical textbooks. So when we're
Yeah, no,
looking
the
at,
medical journal
so
does
when we
not say
look
that though.
at
That's not
medical
true.
textbooks and we look at the disparity of treatment for race, we understand that that medical racism is built off of that system. And so you can't punish somebody for using the system as it exists.
Right. So, libertarian, can you say what you wanted to say?
Yeah, no, that's what I was trying to do. Then Duck wanted to ask me questions and all spiraled. But no, I pulled the stats, and my resource was from ucr.fbi.gov for the race per cap, the offense charges is per race. So the schmurder and the manslaughter, for the YT people, it was 3,650. And then the Black Americans were 4,078. And then the grape, the whites were higher than the African American. And then same with the aggravated assault, the white tea people were a lot higher at 169,467. I'm giving facts here. Let me pull my camera up.
We're familiar with the FBI statistics. We know exactly what you're saying.
You're familiar with them?
Yeah. Hey, Liberty, I got it. Or yeah, that's libertarian. Remember how I asked you if your stats were coming from the FBI and you responded no? originally because they don't collect from all states.
Did you not see my comment when I said my bad?
Oh yeah. No, but I'm just curious about something. So you acknowledge
about it though.
that it's not complete data.
Not all states report to the FBI.
Right. Well, correct. Well, it's not states. It's not all districts. And roughly 3,000 don't. And guess what?
What?
Those 3,000 districts that don't are predominantly white.
What are those districts?
I mean, you want me to? I don't know the counties. I didn't have those memorized. Do you have counties and states that?
I don't know. You can at least tell me the states. So if you're gonna make
it's not whole states, honey. It's not whole states.
I know. I understand the jurisdiction.
So yeah. So you just asked me which states. There's probably jurisdictions in every state since it's 3,000 of them.
No kidding. But if you're,
I don't know what you're arguing.
At least tell me what states they were.
Oh, Jesus Christ! I can think of several in Maryland. Carroll County, Maryland, doesn't report to the FBI.
Congratulations. What other states?
Are you serious?
No, I'm being
every state. I just literally said.
State. You did not say.
I literally just said if it's over 3,000,
there's more
it's
than
going to be
3,000 jurisdictions in the United States. Roxy.
Yes, there is. Do you understand what a jurisdiction is?
Yeah, I do.
There's several hundred in my itty bitty state of Maryland.
Yes,
there's several hundred in my itty bitty state of Maryland. I'm one of the smallest states in the country, and we have several hundred. How many do you think bigger states have?
So do we here in Illinois.
Great. That's my point. I
got accepted up here. I was stating my facts, and I was really interrupted twice. That's bullshit. That's not me being
I have
mean.
a question for you about your stats,
twice.
please.
You know, I'm trying to give you my receipts, and I'm getting overtalked.
Are you gonna cry?
No, I'm not gonna cry because I'm not.
Then how about you mute up and let Duck ask you a question?
So I have just a little inquiry about your stats. Like personally, like just a personal like feeling. Do you believe in like the court system of America? Do you believe that like everybody has their right to a fair day trial? Do you believe that once people have left prison and spent their time in the prison, they're and they're done and they're refreshed, like the entire law system is set up? Do you believe in that system?
No, I think it's all corrupt.
I'm not talking about the gears that are working. I'm talking about like when a person goes into the court system and then they serve their time and then they're out. Do you believe that that person is done and has served their time to the community and then they can start again?
Yeah,
it's a very simple question.
It depends on the said person, if they're going to reoffend or not. I mean, my brother's
okay, so here's why I'm asking this question.
Hold on. No,
Could
let
I
Duck,
jump
I
in,
want Duck to
please?
finish.
This is why I'm asking this question. The stats that you are reading are arrests.
Are you ready? Oh, did you take it off?
Can you
They're not processed folks. They are arrests. And we're talking about a group of people that are majorly over policed and are over arrested and have the largest like flips and adjudications. I think it's 60 something percent. Like, oh, by the way, my bad, we arrested you for the wrong thing, or hey, we're just going to let you out in 2 months and not really charge you. But the really cool part is all the mass pew-pews done by white people, when they unalive via police during their mass pew-pews, they don't get put on that list because only the people that survive to be arrested get put on your list. So the numbers are skewed in the benefit of white people right out of the gate.
Can
Their arrests.
Can I say something real fast about that, Duck? About that whole arrest stuff. There is a town that's about 45 minutes away from me. I don't know if the comments go way too fast, but there was a 14-year-old African-American boy who just offed a 63-year-old Black American because he just wanted to. And he is now facing first-degree murder charges as an adult.
So did the system work?
He hasn't gone
Is
to
the
court yet.
system working?
He hasn't gone to court yet.
Was he arrested? Is he behind
Yeah,
jail awaiting trial? So the
yeah.
system works?
He's
So the system
not
works?
not
So the
all.
system works?
Can I finish talking?
No, probably not.
Clearly not, because you're
Clearly
all
not.
you're fear mongering at
Clearly
this
not.
point. You're fear mongering
Clearly
at this
not.
point. You're fear mongering.
Clearly not.
Do y'all want to act
Why?
like grown adults?
I'm trying to talk.
That's fine. Are you gonna cry too?
All right. Well, I would like to
Baby,
just
I don't
ask.
cry. I bring my facts and my receipts. It's not my fault you get triggered too easy.
So
Nobody's
libertarian. Oh, go ahead, Rexy.
I was just gonna say nobody's triggered, and actually, I would argue that the system is still not working in the case that she's talking about, because why should a
She's
14-year-old
gone.
be charged as an adult when we know that white offenders who are 14 are, it's something like 60% of the time, or 60, I'm going to say it wrong, 60% more often are charged as a juvenile. Or yeah, so 40% of the time, Black kids are charged as an adult more often than white kids. So no, the system is still not working.
And is
So
that for
for example,
homicide only? Are you
it doesn't matter about the crime. What? Either a
So it
14-year-old
does,
is a
because if the crime is
14-year-old or
really
they're
heinous,
not.
they end up charging 14. Like if a 14-year-old steals a car, they might not charge him.
So it doesn't matter the crime because it's an across the board statistic. So that means in all cases,
we compare for the
I
same
mean, you
crime.
do know white kids murder. White kids murder their own parents quite often.
Yeah, I'm sure there are murder rates, but I'm saying you would have to.
Who's having fun with the mute button?
Right. I want to hear from the Black Gnostic first, and then C Spring, and then we can have a discussion.
What's up, Melanated? How you doing, Rexy, Silver? How y'all doing? Good to see y'all today. So I just wanted to answer the prompt. My name is The Black Gnostic. If you're Black, you can call me Black. If you're not, you can call me Gnostic or Black Gnostic. My pronouns are he, they. I am 38, and I am blackity, 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 black. So white people, what is there to be proud about living in a white supremacist culture? Even though I'm not white, I think I'm qualified to answer this because I'm a Black person and I know what white people are proud about when it comes to living in this white supremacist system. So a couple of things that white people are obviously proud about, we'll have to say chattel slavery. And the Confederacy and the Civil War. I can see people in the comments right now with a North Virginia battle flag that became popularized during the Civil Rights Movement. Same way with those statues. They are proud of their criminal founders. 4th of July just passed, and they're out there blowing up fireworks and things like that. They're proud of taking away the rights of Black and Indigenous women for hundreds and hundreds of years and normalizing that so much that they actually took it away from their white women and AFAB people, and they're quite proud about that too. So there are things that Wahite people are proud of in this society. They just don't like when we tell them about it. And I think that's all I got for right now.
All right, cool. Thanks for that. C Spring.
Hey, what's up, y'all? I just want to ask y'all, whoever wants to unmute. When you're so I want to know how much. Give me like a percentage or a number. How many people do you think are white supremacists?
So there are over 1,200 groups currently operating, residing within the United States.
So
Within
what
these
percentage?
1,200 groups, we don't have a count. I know in 1920 it was 1 in 3, but we know that there's been a huge rise of what these groups are doing, who they are, and what their numbers are. But I don't know a statistic of the white community, what percentage would be a card-carrying member versus what percentage just upholds the ideology.
Okay, that's fair. I don't expect you to know that,
I
but
think some people say all white people are inherently racist, so that's also
so yeah, okay.
Yes,
So
and
that's
that's what I
fine.
was getting at with the
So that
ideology.
yeah, that's my thing is that when I'm sure you obviously didn't meet it Black Gnostic, but when you say white people in general, I just hope. I mean,
Wait, hold on. First of all,
yeah.
Are you Black Gnostic?
Excuse me.
Are you the Black Gnostic?
I assume no.
So wait. You don't even know whether you're the Black Gnostic or not, but you feel like you can tell me what I meant, what I
So
mean when I speak? All
so
white people are inherently racist. Is that simple enough for you? Or I'll
so
make it even more simple. All white people are racist, including Rexy and Silver. What?
okay. So I understand what you're saying. So you would just look at my profile pic and assume, hey, I'm a racist.
I don't
And
think that's
her
an assumption.
I'm
It's not.
racist on a bi-weekly schedule.
Eternal. I got it.
C-Spring, check your white privilege.
So y'all think I'm
Here's the thing,
not
guys.
a
C
y'all think
Spring mentioned my
y'all
name,
think I'm
and I would like the
privileged or
opportunity to
not?
address him.
Say it again. I didn't hear you.
Just telling everybody that you stumbled into the mouth of a fire-breathing, gigantic
Yeah.
mantis shrimp.
Okay.
And so I want you to go ahead, and I want you to continue to go back and forth with me. I'm just asking for the rest of the panel, since I'm the person who was addressed, I would like to have this exchange, if that's okay.
No, that's fine. Like I said, I don't know what you meant. Okay. So I don't know if you're addressing every single white person, which is what you just clarified. So I'll just ask it again. You would just look at my profile picture, see I'm white, and say, hey, he's racist?
If I see white people anywhere, I just understand that since we live in a white supremacist society, since the system, since racism is structural, especially in America, that a person cannot be independently born of a system of racism. So you either are racist, which means you benefit because of your racial categorization. And in this system of racism, which is a hierarchy designed to make sure that Black people are at the base of that and that white people are at the very tippy top of that, you being white means you are racist. I don't need to look at a profile picture or anything like that.
How are they at the top though? They don't.
Okay, yeah. So I think if we all have a conscious mind on this panel, judging somebody by the color of their skin would be considered racist. So I don't even
Define
know.
racism, please.
I don't know.
Can you define race? Actually, no. Can you define race for me real fast? Define race.
You'd have to. No, I can't think of it. Go ahead and tell me.
No, I'm not going to tell you. So let me get this straight. Okay, you believe that all white people are not racist, so that I'm judging you, right?
No.
You can't even hold on. You had an
Nope.
opportunity to speak.
That's fine.
Please
Don't
mute.
put words in my mouth.
Please mute. Please mute. Thank you. So you, right, disagree with me that if a Black person sees a white person and goes, oh, that person's racist, and goes on about the rest of their life, all right? All right, goes on the rest of their life, that we are judging them, that I am judging white people, okay? And I said, okay, that's fine. and then I asked you to define race. All right, but you can't define race. So if you can't define race, how do you know what racism is?
I mean, I can't give you a textbook definition. If you were to ask me what a race is, I would go. Actually, I wanted to ask y'all earlier. I mean, y'all said Hispanic wasn't a race. I don't know if it's Latino. So what would y'all consider the races?
You see how
Right,
you're pivoting? You
Hispanic,
see how you called me out?
Hispanic
Right. Yeah, yeah.
ethnicity. You can any
Okay,
race
okay,
and be
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hispanic.
Hey, I'm
Black,
just asking.
Hispanic, white, Hispanic is
Yeah.
not a
yeah.
race.
So
It's
okay,
an
that's fine.
So is
ethnicity.
brown a race and yellow and red? I'm confused. Where are the races? Name them.
Yeah. So is the races
Hold on
like
one
what are the
second.
what are the
I'm
5
gonna
races?
step outside.
Can somebody because
Races is black.
I saw it in the
The 5
comments.
races are black. But if
What?
you let me, if you be quiet, I can tell you the 5 races are black, white, indigenous to America, Asian, and Pacific Islander. Are the 5 categories of race.
If Asian's a race, how is Hispanic not a race or Latino?
Hispanic is an ethnicity.
All right. Well,
You could be any race and be Hispanic.
all right. I gotcha.
So
But
just to be clear, people from Saudi Arabia and people from India and people from
For
China
saying
are all the
that
same race.
mixed, even Accentual said that he's mixed. You can't be mixed unless you're a zebra. Zebras are mixed. Animals are mixed. Cakes are mixed. Mixed is not a race. Biracial is what Accentual is meant to say. Because I'm biracial, but I'm black.
Well, of
Wait,
course,
wait,
every
Mix is
black
not.
person or
hold on
every
a
Mix is
second.
mixed
not.
person.
Mix is not a race. We're not cakes. We're not
we get it.
animals.
We
Okay,
get
so
it.
I'm
Mix.
biracial and white. I'm confused. Like,
Yes, you could be a biracial white person. You
Oh
could
my
be
god.
biracial and be white. You could be mixed
Damn
with. You
racist.
could be biracial and be white. Like what?
Okay. So, anyways, my main point was, yes, there's absolutely white supremacists in this country, right? We can all agree on that. To
No,
say
no, we can't. No, we can't. You continue to speak for everybody. You continue to say we all agree. You continue to pivot. You won't finish your conversation with me. You cannot define race, and that is a problem. For you to have so many opinions about racism and white supremacy and not have the ability to define race. And even after you are told what race is by Rossi, I'm sorry, and then I even told you what race was, and you still can't define it. And so, no, America is a racist country. If you are white, you are inherently racist. All right? And if you are any other racial category, excuse me, Bucky, Passino, whatever, please. And if you are not white, okay, you have internalized white supremacy.
If everybody claims to be mixed, white and black, why would you not
Mixed,
claim
that
to?
is a slur. Biracial, multiracial will be what you would say. You see what I'm saying? Like, you see how y'all can't even avoid using slurs in your normal language?
I
Do
mean,
you
that's
see
no,
this?
you're using the
that's
term
kind of
biracial. Like you're using a
yeah.
Latin. The word bi is Latin for two.
Bi,
The next thing is
biracial.
quad, and then
Biracial means.
octo is next. So quadruple.
Hold on. Biracial means you're two. It means two of something. Like you're like that means it's a descriptor of what your parents are.
Okay, but what about four of something? That's a quadruple.
What?
Eternal.
You can't
What
be
about
Eternal.
eight
How
of
does a
something?
person have 4 parents? How does a person have 4
You have
parents?
four great grandparents.
4
You have eight
biological
great
parents. How does a
grandparents.
no. We're not talking about grandparents. We're talking about biological parents. Tell us how a person could have 4
No,
biological
I
parents.
didn't say that they
Go.
could. I didn't
Quad
say that they
race.
could have 4. I said they have 2. You have 2 biological parents, 4 biological
So
grandparents.
why would you
8.
bring up quad racial? Hush.
Because if
Why
you
would you
have
bring
one
up
grandparent,
hush?
grandparent, that's one race, and 4 that aren't, the 3 that aren't. What are you talking about?
Eternal. You don't know what you are talking about.
You have
Eternal.
4
Define
grandparents. One
race.
of
Let's
them
go
is
again.
Asian, and the other
Define
4 aren't. They're a
race.
quadroon of an Asian. What are you talking about?
Define quadroon is a slur. Define race, please.
All right, quadracial. You're a quadracial person of an Asian.
That is not a definition of race. What is define race, please?
My definition for it, you want me to use your definition? Because you guys use 5 groups. You said black and white, which is a color. Then you named the continent of Asia, which is the largest continent, which has all different types of people who live on it, who look vastly different. So I can't keep up. My definition of race is like any box someone wants to put you in because of how your body looks. Simple.
Race is based off of body type. That's what they do. They go, all right, so
Yeah, you look at someone's body, their skin color,
You're
the
an
hair grows out of their
exomorph,
head, their
so
nose.
you must be Asian. You're an endomorph, so you must be part of Pacific
The slur.
Islander, because that's what race is.
No, I'm not. I was just saying if you're 4 races or more, or 2 races or more, or 3 or more, if you count one grandparent, that's one race, and the other 3 great grandparents you have are another race, then you would be a quad or an octo. Like, but you guys are comfortable using the term biracial to describe people who have 2 parents who look different. So why aren't you comfortable doing it when you go to the grandparents?
If you're biracial, do I look like you? Do I look like you? You say you're biracial. Do I look like you? I'm biracial.
I don't even know. Let me look at you. Let me look at your
My dad's
Hey,
black.
Eternal.
There's
It's
no
just
look to being there's no look to being biracial because I'm biracial, but I'm a
I
black
understand
biracial
that.
person.
I totally understand that.
okay. So Black Gnostic. No, you went muted for a second. I thought you dipped out for a second or something. Didn't mean to pivot. Go ahead and educate me. What is your definition of race?
Gonna have to hit me $50 in the Cash App. I'm not gonna define it for you again.
Definition.
Can anybody else who came up on this panel define race? Who wants to talk about it? Because y'all can't even define race at this point, and it's pathetic. We can't even talk about
I
white
mean, I
white
was just
supremacy.
saying
We can't.
as
Please don't. While your sentence is touching mine.
my
While your
gosh,
sentence is touching mine.
like you haven't
So anyway,
interrupted me
while
one
your
time.
sentence is touching mine, while your
Go
sentence is
ahead.
touching mine, while your sentence, thank you. So there, thus far, CS Spring Eternal have not been able to define race. Yet they have so much to say about racism. They have so much to say about white supremacy. They have so much to say about biology. They got stuff to say about people's grandparents. They have so much to say about everything, but you cannot define race.
So
Arbitrary made up groupings for people and how their bodies look. There you go.
yeah, I mean, I would go with that.
And
I mean,
that's
okay.
false, by the by. That's not a good
Okay.
Okay, so
definition.
my
You might want to
definition's
go and
false and
look
yours
that
is
up.
real. Great. Okay.
Okay, then we'll go by your definition then. But listen,
It's not my definition. It's the
okay,
United States Census
okay. I
Bureau.
need you to stop interrupting me if you're gonna
No,
do
I'm
it.
not going to
The
do
white
that. I'm
supremacist
not going to
United
do
States
that.
Yeah.
Census Bureau. I'm dead.
So we already see the bias here. My point was, Black Gnostic, that in order to have a real grip on reality, not all white people are racist, and I can give you like I said, it exists. We all agree that it does exist. Now, with the way that I've been raised,
No, we don't. I need you to stop
my
speaking for
parents.
everybody on the panel. You continue to speak for everybody on the
So
panel and
so
not
no
yourself.
so okay. I'll ask the question then. Does everybody here agree that white supremacy exists?
Yes, it does.
Yes,
All
it
white
does.
people are racist.
So does everybody else agree?
Yes, it does.
Yes, I agree that there are people who identify as white and
Yeah,
perceive
yeah. Hold
themselves as
on. Let me.
superior
Yeah,
to
yeah.
other people
Eternal,
who are
Eternal.
white.
Let me just. Yeah, Eternal. Let me just. Rexy and Silver. Do y'all agree that white supremacy exists?
Yes, it exists. I just wanted to say one thing, right?
Yeah.
Because I have to step away. Black Gnostic is a mod, so he can actually interrupt you whenever he wants. That is all.
Well, that's kind of all right. I got you. Anyways, I mean, my mom grew up in Louisiana. My dad's from Houston, so both down south. My mom just gave me stories of I think one reason how I've been raised is that one time my mom took she was a cheerleader, and she took one of her black friends.
Sorry, this is a non sequitur. This is tokenization. All right. So I think we're going to move on C Spring, we've been saying the whole thing, and so Melanated, thank you so much for allowing me to be a mod in your space and allow me to speak to this. But I just think it's getting circular, and we've gotten so many new panelists
Yeah, you're
added. So
embarrassing to act like a grown man.
I'm gonna mute now, okay? Because I respect So Melanated and her space. But we do have new people on the panel. I just wanted to say that.
So you just didn't want to let me get to my point?
Because it took so long.
So I'd actually like to kind of go back and put some information out into the chat about what it means when we talk about being biracial. And when we look at the system structure of race, it is not something that we claim, because we know that there are two colors, black and white. There's Asian. There's all these things that they just, when race was being constructed, that they just decided to throw names out there. These are the names we use because this is the structure that we're talking about. And when we're talking about this structure, and when we're talking about those 5 races, when we talk about biracial, I really don't like that term because it has nothing to do with the person. It has to do with who their parents are. And so when we look at that, we know that biracial could mean that somebody has an Asian father and a black mother, that somebody has a white mother and a Pacific Islander father. So to say that biracial is somehow its own group when there are biracial that would have nothing to do with each other, it's kind of asinine to even try to bring that into the picture as a racial category, because we know that there are children who have a black father and a white mother who the child themselves looks white and would be then put into that racial category of white. We know that they can also have a black child that would then be put into the racial category of black. They would be a biracial black person, a biracial white person, a biracial Asian person. But just as we also say when we look at, a different category of it, we look at ethnicity. We know that there can be an Irish white person. We know that there can be an Irish black person. So when we look at these 5 racial groups that the United States has constructed, we also know that there are ethnicities currently in the United States that are trying to back out and remove those 5 structures and either add new ones or reclassify, because the structure is archaic and absolutely does not represent who we are as a people. Okay, we know New York actually just passed legislation called the MENA Act, which is the Middle Eastern and North African Act, which would separate them and pull them out of the category of white in the New York census. So we see those things happening. Those are not, what we're here talking about. We are talking about the 5 structures as they stand within the United States today and the hierarchy of power that is built on that structure.
Can I just ask a question? When they changed the terms, so they have these 5 groups. When they changed the terms for people, I'm not going to repeat any of the terms because you all know the different terms that they call people based off of the time period. But so people aren't really born out of nowhere when these terms are created. A lot of people have their wealth, they have their position in society, and then they read in the news, oh, I'm no longer considered this, I'm now classified as that. And so we went from having in the 1700s, you had the three racial. There was only 3 racial groups, according to this like German scientist or something like that. And I mean, it's become like disproven. But I mean, like I feel like the current 5 groups have also just been disproven. Because like I said, Asian is a region and black and whites are colors. So they're not even on the same plane of existence. And so like to say that power is divvied out based on these groups, I'd still just have to look at Asians in America or people of Asian descent and be like, wow, least likely to be incarcerated, least likely to be shot and killed by police, least likely to experience AIDS, least likely to whatever, most likely to graduate, most likely to have a bank account, most likely to own a business. And
So, and you and I have actually, you're bringing up this point a second time.
yeah,
And
I
so
just
I'm
think
not sure if you just didn't learn or if you're just trying to speak into the audience to kind of stand against this. But we already talked about how first and foremost, through every financial structure, when we look at the class system, we know that the hierarchy of race is not that's not what we're looking at. We know that Asian people exist in the highest tier, they exist in the middle tier, they exist in all of the rungs along the way. And so to say that their community as a whole is something more than another race as a whole is actually upholding that white supremacist ideology. Because when we go back to the ideology itself of white supremacy, we're looking at the ideology that they tout as race realism. Race realism is the idea that race is in that structure, that white people as a whole cannot have a higher intellect than the Asian community, and Black people as a whole cannot have a higher intellect than the white community. We understand that they'll say that there are one-offs. There are special cases where, maybe somebody from the Black community does have a higher intellect, but it's a one-off and it does nothing but prove the reality of the system. And within that systemic structure, we know that they also believe that the Black community is more aggressive, that they're more animalistic in nature, that they can take higher amounts of pain, that they have lower brain and cognitive functions. And so we see that throughout the system, whether it's the NFL and what they did to their Black players versus their white players. We see that in the racial discrimination within the medical system.
What did the NFL do?
And we see that within that financial hierarchy, because when you say the Asian community is not arrested as much, it is because they are not policed in the same way that the Black community is. And so when we look at that structure, it's because of that structure that the output of it is what you see.
I thought
What did the NFL do?
Asian homes less.
So there were two questions right there, and I heard one about the NFL, and that's the only one I heard the entirety of. So if you go to the NFL's webpage, they have it on their website, so that's going to be my source. But they came out and admitted to practicing medical racism, which is exactly what I just kind of talked to you about. And what they were doing is when their players would receive head injuries and things like that, when they were looking at the payout for
Yeah,
for
okay,
the
yeah, I know
players.
you were talking about that
Okay.
earlier. I got you.
Okay, so that they were paying their white players more than their Black players, because when a Black man gets a head injury, because he has lower cognitive brain function, it's going to do less damage to him.
Did you say playing or paying? It sounded like you said
Paying out their players who had head injuries. Yes.
I have a question.
Okay.
Why Black people aren't considered as a nationality like other people? Chinese, Vietnamese, all these other people are considered a nationality except for Blacks.
Good question.
So when we look at and when we talk about, we're not going to use slurs when we talk about the Black community. The plural word of Black is not how we call them, because that's a slur. And if you look back in history, you can see why that's a slur. So we say, the Black community, Black people. We don't use slurs like that. Okay.
So would whites be a slur?
So yes, because they're white people.
Okay.
And it's not a slur, it's just dehumanizing.
I mean, I don't think. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Dehumanizing. White.
Hold on, can we go right back to Will's question real quick? 'Cause
Oh yeah, go
it's
ahead.
a simple thing.
No, dog.
And like answer his question like directly. It has directly to do with nationality.
Okay, so looking at nationality, right? So what do you know what nationality means? What is nationality versus ethnicity versus race?
Everything about ethnicity and all this other stuff, those are just words, that people that the government has been playing on. They're just using words, and the politrickers, not politicians, politrickers, they use that. But as I've become aware of my surroundings and who I am, even on my birth certificate, I'm considered as black, but they don't want to use that term, like you said. That's a slur. Just like you said, white is a slur. The correct terminology, which they want to use now, is African American or Caucasian.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know whose preference this is, but I don't care if you call me white or the whites, but I don't know if that's a different preference for everybody, but
You know why?
Asian's a little outdated because that comes from the Negroid, Caucasoid, Mongoloid model from the 1700s, which is outdated.
But
That's
you
what
know
that's
why you don't
but
care?
I did want to ask, do y'all think that every race can be discriminated
Excuse me, hold on.
against?
Who just said Negroid, Caucasoid? Who said it?
Eternal.
John said that.
John didn't
Okay.
say that.
Or
John didn't say that.
well, whoever said it, they're gone now. They just left.
I
I
think they
think
got
to go
kicked.
back to Will's question, if we all could.
Do you mind? Did you hear mine or no?
Would you mind waiting? Because if we could talk to, and John, if you had something to pop into it too, please.
No, as far as the whole C Spring said, well, it doesn't bother him, if it's dehumanizing, but you got to understand, we have language in this country that has been dehumanizing about Black Americans for hundreds of years.
That's
So
fair.
there's a long history of it, and that's why, people are, aware of it because it's been going on so long. But go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, that's
I'd
fair.
like to go back before you go. I do want to go back to Will saying, because he was very specifically asking about the Black community and why we only talk about race and not their nationality, correct? Is that, I don't want to misrepresent your question about nationality.
I did say about why black Americans aren't considered as a nationality as other people.
Okay, so it's important to talk about the truth first. And the truth first is that the Black community and Black people can be from different nations, because when we look at nationality, it's the nation and of origin and birth. So absolutely. But what I would say is the reason we don't talk about it, which is kind of the more important part. The reason that when we look at the Black community, that they are only labeled as Black, that they are only othered, it is because when we look at that white supremacist system, that white supremacist system wants to keep them in that place. They don't want to look at any other piece of the Black community other than to oppress them with that system.
Right. Now, another thing is, C Spring, what part of Louisiana you said you was from?
No, earlier I was saying I was going to give a personal experience, but I guess we're not allowed to do that. Saying my mom is from Baton Rouge, my dad's from Houston.
No, so please don't talk about your mom. Your mom's not here to talk about her, because you were trying to say she had Black friends. And
Oh,
so you're not going to speak for your mom here.
Yeah, no.
I think it would be better to speak for yourself.
Oh yeah, that's fine. That it just attributes to how I was raised, right? So what I was gonna say was, she took one of her Black friends home, and then she got kicked off of the cheerleading team for doing that. So that obviously, she was raised, not to judge by the color of a person's skin, but their character, and I think that experience really pushed that on her. and how to raise her
So,
kids.
do you think that that experience means that your mom wasn't inherently racist?
Ma'am, no, just because she is white does not mean she is racist.
So, I said inherently racist. And do you think that she is not inherently racist because of the story you just told me?
Not just because of that, but she is disgusted by racism, and that's just a personal experience. Obviously, y'all won't be able to see that, but
So, no, I think that that was, she decided to stick up for somebody, and white supremacy held her down. And I believe that she's still inherently racist. I believe that every day that I stand and call out racism, every day that I continue to do that work and be anti-racist, I am still, in that moment, in that day, I am still inherently racist. Okay? Because the system that I grew up in, the textbooks that I was taught from, were created by white supremacy. The Daughters of the Confederacy, the Mothers of Liberty, they're the ones that created the textbook that the entirety of the United States learned from.
so you just admit that you're racist? Like, I just don't. What
Is
is
it
your
hard to do that? Would you rather, like, are you trying to not be racist, or are you trying to not be called a racist?
She
I
said
would
inherently racist,
what
Seaspring.
is give me your definition of that, please.
That means inherited. You were born and inherited this racism.
No, that's not what it
That's
means.
not what that means.
No, no.
Man, that
Okay.
word always messes y'all up. Every
Just
time.
let me know the definition of that.
If I got $1 for every time, I swear, I could retire right now.
We all could.
What it meant.
Can I answer this?
Oh, yeah.
Inherent. Put in inherent. Go to Google. One of y'all, please, please just go to Google and do some work yourself. Where do you think you get the idea that black people are supposed to do work and labor for you? Where do you think that? Where do you think you get that comes from?
But why would you put that
Inherited
in my
racism,
mouth? Like, I think that.
right?
Say it again.
He said, "Where do we get that black folk are supposed to do everything for us?" And I said, "Inherent
I didn't say
racism."
that. I said, why do you think we're just supposed to work for you for free? Why do you think we're supposed to labor for you for free?
So why
All
are
I
you saying?
hear, all I've heard, y'all ask me where I'm getting it in front of them. I'm telling you. Don't ask a question, and then when I start asking it, start, we get, quit it.
Answer.
Quit it. Quit doing it. And do you hear that? Just answer. Do you see how you're making these demands of me? The way you're speaking to me as if you have some way to you have some power over me?
Dude,
I
you
don't
have
have to
been
answer
acting
a
like a
single question to
child
you. I
this
don't have to
entire
say
time.
anything to you,
You're
and I haven't
absolutely
been acting
right.
like a child. Here's what I
Okay.
have done. I have proven you wrong several times. I've proven how ignorant and incapable you are of having this conversation. I have been on mute for at least 20 minutes listening to y'all babble and your drivel and your uneducated, uninformed opinions. And that's what I've done. And the
Why are
only
you
time I
so
interjected is
angry?
because y'all don't understand.
Why are
Y'all
you so
understand.
angry?
Once
Hold
again,
up,
that's
C
another
Spring. Let
trope.
the man get it out.
That's another trope. That's another trope. You're calling me angry because I'm not acquiescing to you, because I'm not bending
No,
down for you,
I'm not
because
Yeah,
asking
but
you
you
I
just
for
called us
refuse to.
uneducated.
Because yes, you are. Define racism,
I went
Ripley.
to
Come on.
college.
Okay, I'm going to go right back. I'm going to everybody mute. We can do it with Ripley now. Go ahead, mute C Spring. Go ahead, mute Will. Ripley, I can do you next. Fantastic. Ripley, Will, I said get on mute. Boy, the people who don't have power and then act like they do, it's hilarious. Ripley, can you please define race?
Yeah, the color, like they define our race in this country by mostly by the color of our skin, our ethnicity.
How do you see someone's ethnicity, Ripley?
Well, all right, then the color of their skin.
Everybody know that I don't know is an answer. Does anybody know that? John, is
I
I
don't
don't know an
know.
answer? Okay, fantastic. Fantastic. And here's what I'm saying, Ripley. If you don't know what racism is, if you don't know what race is, right? You can't know what racism is, okay? You don't know what racism is, you can't understand white supremacy because you can't define these things. If you can't define these things, you're just not educated enough on this topic, right, to speak on it. And this is a perfect opportunity for you to learn something. But because you're in your fifis, you sent a guest request up to talk about a topic that you don't know anything about. Why would you do that?
To learn?
Okay, can you tell me what learning looks like? Give me three. If someone's learning, give me three things that that person is doing. My son said
Learning?
it,
Three?
focusing. He said, my son is 11 years old. And he said, focusing, he beat you. What, hey, Kingston, sorry, baby, if you're learning, what's something you're doing when you learn? But besides focusing, what else do you do? Paying attention to the person who's teaching you. 9 years old, just beat
He's
you
very
again.
smart.
9 years old, he just beat you. Now, can you give one more thing that a person does when they're learning? Thank you, Kira. Listening.
Repetition.
None of that. You don't need to be on a panel to do any of those things. You could be in them comments and you could be learning away.
I know what it is, but I'm just letting you tell me.
What?
I know what race is. I know what race is, but I'm letting you explain it to me.
That's mighty white of you.
Did they pass out the asshole pill today or something?
So, do y'all think all races can be discriminated against?
Sure. Discrimination, sure.
Okay.
There's discrimination, reverse discrimination.
I mean, yeah, all of it is just discrimination.
But do you think that racism is just discrimination?
No, I
A whole
disagree.
lot. It's a whole lot. There's so many variations to discrimination.
Yep.
We just can't sum it up in just one word.
Yep.
It's
Wait,
like
I'm sorry. So C Spring, was that a? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Do you think that racism is just
No, I
different
said no.
forms of discrimination?
I said no.
Okay.
I
I
said,
don't
it
think
was different
the right
variations
answer.
because you can experience racism just like brother said about his 9-year-old. Experience is a great teacher too as well. Because and you live in it.
So would that be a different question then? Do you think every race can experience racism?
Yes.
Okay.
I would say no. Specifically, white people cannot.
So I have to disagree there.
I kind of figured you would.
And just like yesterday, I was on someone live, and I explained to them what my heritage was. They flat out told me I was lying. I don't even know who I am. And that kind of like teed me off, but it didn't really affect me because I know that people today, they will believe a lie before they believe the truth. And these people were saying that I'm not who I am because they said, I don't know me, but I've been knowing myself all these years and I still don't know me. They come on and say I'm lying after what I've heard from my people's mouth, and I know who I am, but they still call me a lie because I didn't answer. They asked me, can you speak Indian, Native American? I told them no. I said my people was from Pointe-Coupee Parish. I know you might know about the Sea Spring. Pointe-Coupee Parish, which is between Lafayette and Alexandria, and they spoke French.
Yep.
And my people migrated from Jetville, which they had their own town called
So
Jetville in
yeah,
Louisiana.
yeah.
And
I wanted to ask if white is a race, how could it be impossible for them to experience racism?
So because we look at the ideology and how this system was founded, right?
So
When
even not, even not like on a. I'm not even talking about just a larger scale. So even if it
So
was
how can you understand? Because we have to go back to the definition of racism, which you still don't know, and you're still making all of these claims. And I really would like the chat to understand that every claim you've made up here has been based on your feelings, because you don't even know what racism is and what
what claim
definition of
have
it.
I made? What claim have I made that was
That
based
white,
on?
first and foremost, you claim to not be racist when you don't even know what racism is.
Well,
Said
I
that
mean, I
not
would
all
define
racism
racism as
You've talked about not all white people. You've made plenty of claims up here about white people not being racist. You've made claims about other races being able to be racist. You've
I've
said
also
all of
said
that
white people are
full
racist.
chest. Yeah,
I've
but
also
you
said,
said
yeah.
you can say a right thing and still be wrong about the rest of what you said.
Okay, so go back. So what were those claims that I said that were wrong?
That not all white people are racist.
I never.
That you yourself
Oh yeah,
aren't
okay.
racist. You did.
No,
It's
yeah.
okay.
Sorry,
You
I
came up
misheard
and
you.
said it with your full
Yeah,
chest. You've been
yeah.
up
I
here for a
misheard.
while. Okay. Don't hate
Yeah.
me. Don't hate me. There's an
I
entire
misheard you.
chat there. I'm not here to speak just to you, Spring. I'm here to speak the entirety of the chat and to understand. So I may over highlight something you've done so that the chat can understand where we are. Okay? So you did. You made a bunch of claims and you don't even know what racism is.
I would also like to state that he never defined race either.
Exactly.
Me either.
Thanks for owning it, Ripley.
I mean, I guess my definition would be a race. I mean, a social construct based on skin color. I'm still confused. I mean, I understand y'all's difference between ethnicity and race, but I guess I'll just go with skin color.
So it's simply just your skin color. That's how race is designated.
I mean, I think I would be able to tell a white person apart from an Asian person. But
Based
we
on
don't-
skin color?
I could tell if a white person looked different from an Asian person. Yes.
Yeah, but is it based on skin color?
See, yeah, that's fair. So what would I say? Features?
It'd be phenotypes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But that's
Hey,
still
I-
not the whole.
Oh no.
But real quick, because trying to explain race is,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
better off
So-
just
yeah,
researching
yeah.
that.
So
But I
I've
have a
asked
question.
y'all-
In
Yeah, go ahead.
1950, could black people or Asian people be racist to white people?
Could they be racist?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they were, but I think they could. Yeah.
But you don't think they were. Okay, why weren't they?
I haven't seen an instance where a black person was racist to a white person in the 1950s, because it was them oppressing
Because
the
I'm
black
sorry,
people.
it was what?
Say it one more time.
And I didn't hear what you said. I was asking you what you said. Because what?
Oh, you just got me off track. Hold on, let me regather my thought. I was saying, I haven't seen and heard of an incident where a black person was racist to a white person in the 1950s, but I wouldn't doubt that if a black person looked at a white person back then, he he would judge based off of his skin color. Now, just because, and I'll go like, let's say like a black guy was looking at a racist white guy, right? I think he could assume, just like I don't like this guy. And now I guess I could be wrong there because I did just say a racist white person, which would be judging the person off of their actions. So then I guess he would actually know how he acts. But if the general assumption back then was that white people were racist, which was true, I think you could assume some black people were racist, but I don't think very many were at all.
But you definitely said that black people were oppressed, correct?
Yes.
In the 1950s.
Yes, obviously.
Okay. Well, you say obviously, so I'm not gonna we're not gonna do that. Like obviously, because there's a lot of things that I understand that I feel are obvious, but you're not getting. So
So what do you think?
if in the 1950s,
I'm going that fucking.
black people and other races weren't racist to white people, apparently by choice, and it was because there was laws and stuff, right? Like that you're aware of.
You ate all the grapes.
No, they're in the bag.
All the
Like
grapes.
you do. Yeah, I know. Damn, he was like, you ate all the grapes. So I mean, you understand that there was laws and things that were put in place by white people. That's really what I'm getting at.
Yeah, so a systematic racism was not possible for black people back then. If that's what you're asking.
Okay, so how does individual racism, because I know that's where you're going, work outside of the system of racism?
I mean, I think my worst experience was, and this was when I was younger too. So,
I mean, no offense. I'm not asking you about your personal experience.
so
I'm
you just
asking you
asked me
how
does the
individual.
Yeah, I'm an individual.
Yeah, how does individual racism work outside of the system?
Real quick before he shares his story, how many in the chat how many do you think it was? I'm going with 4. Can you let me know? Let's
That's what I was gonna say.
Mm-hmm. Oh, all right. We're twinsies
I
and
got
4.
5 on it.
Yep, me too.
4 against 5.
Oh,
Let's
we got
go.
double twinsies, triplets.
Yeah.
What was the
Triplets.
question?
So go ahead and let us know, Spring.
I was young, so I play sports, right? I play basketball. I think I got on. I was hooping with some people, just some runs at a gym, and then shoot, what was I, like middle school maybe? So I was younger. Like obviously I couldn't control my feelings like as I can now. I hear we're hooping. And I hear get off the court, cracker. So me being that young, I was like, dang, dude, like that, like low key hurt. But that's happened many times since then. And I go to AAU tournaments all the time. Somebody's always saying something. It can be everybody, but it just doesn't. It happened once when I was younger, and I was like, dang, that sucks. I don't wish that on anybody. It hurt at the time when I was young, but I mean, it's happened.
So how is that any different than if someone just called you ugly?
Well, that wouldn't be racism if somebody just called me ugly.
Neither is calling you a cracker.
So that would be a slur.
Sure, it's a classist slur made up by white people, first perpetuated by white people onto other white people.
So what about hunky?
Okay, Rexy, you're trying to sound like we can't agree that that's not a slur. That is a
Yes, it's a classist slur. I just said it's a classist slur.
So do you think that guy was being racist towards me in that moment?
No, I think he was being classist. At best, and not really even that.
And to all the people,
And I'm sure it hurt your feelings, but racism isn't about just hurt feelings.
Okay, it's an aspect though, right? If I were to go,
I mean,
see,
I
I
don't
can't
know.
even give you a scenario without getting called racist. I mean, let's say I
I
wanted
didn't
to.
call you a racist.
No,
What are
no,
you
no,
talking
no.
about? I
That's
haven't
no.
said you're a
Yeah, yeah. No,
racist.
you're fine. You're fine. No, I understand. Let's just say I went up to a black person and said
Uh
a
huh.
slur. Would that be considered racist? I think it
Are
would.
you specifically the N word? Is that the slur you're talking about?
Yeah, we could. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Use
Yeah,
that.
because what is the history of that word? Do you know?
I, I mean, obviously, it was used by as a derogatory term by white people
To do what?
in the older. I, go ahead and tell me.
Well, I mean, it was clearly, obviously a
I
racial
mean,
slur,
yeah,
but it was deliberately used to dehumanize, separate,
yeah.
and
Okay.
other. So cracker was not. That's why we
So
can say, like, I can freely say cracker.
It don't mean nothing.
sure. So
What about
absolutely.
hunky? The
I don't
use of the
get.
word hunky.
I don't get my listen. I don't get my feelings hurt if somebody says it. Like, I mean, no, it doesn't bother me. It
You
doesn't bother me
obviously
that.
did. You obviously sat here and told all of us that you
Yep.
wouldn't wish
So
that on
so
anybody, and you
yeah.
wouldn't
So
wish that because you got your feelings hurt. And
yeah.
for the chat that was playing along, man, we didn't even get to an ass kicking. It was just a harsh word.
And just like so, yeah. My point was, if I hear it now, which I don't care, like we're doing it in a friendly term, no, I don't care. But if I were to, like, if you use it in an aggressive way, just as if somebody, as a white person were to use the N word in an aggressive way, I would consider it racist.
So is there a
I
way that a
wouldn't.
white person could use the N word and not an aggressive way and it wouldn't be racist?
I go to school in Texas, so I hear that word a lot.
From white people?
Yeah, yes, yeah, it exists.
Can I
Absolutely.
ask you a quick question? You keep you keep saying how you're in Texas. Your mom was from Houston and your dad was from, I think you said Baton Rouge, or maybe it was vice versa. Mom,
Yeah,
Baton
yeah,
Rouge,
there you
dad,
go.
Houston, whichever. Why do you feel that that's so important to keep reminding us of that?
I mean, I'm just giving you back. It's just me talking. Is that a big deal?
Well, I'm just curious because, like,
I mean, it's a southern
those
play.
were
I mean, maybe that's what I'm trying to imply. I'm not like trying to make a big point out of it. No, if that's what you're asking.
so you're acknowledging you're from your parents are from, and you are from two states that were part of the Confederacy.
Yeah, yeah. I was letting y'all
I'm
know I'm in the South, which I'm assuming y'all associate with racism.
I mean, technically, I'm in the South as well, but I'm just
Where?
not
Yeah.
understanding. Like, I'm from Maryland, so we're kind of really nobody knows. We're not really Southern. We're not really Northern. We're Mid-Atlantic. Kind of, we're making up our own thing at this
Yeah.
point. But the technically, we're below the Mason-Dixon line, so there's that. But it's just weird to me because you keep like as if you being from Houston means something specific when it comes to either your experience in receiving racism or seeing it. I'm just wondering if you think Texas is special.
No, I mean, no. I was just saying where I live. I'm letting y'all know this is where I see stuff. I mean,
So
I
you
think
see in your Southern Confederate state a lot of white people use the N-word. I mean, I'm not shocked at all, to be honest with you, by that. But I'm not understanding.
no.
So
I
does
mean,
that
I'll rephrase that. Not a lot, but yes, there is an amount. Not very few.
enough?
A lot.
Enough.
Sure, go ahead.
I mean, literally. I mean, enough. I mean, one time is too many in my book. But
Okay.
it somehow desensitized you to where what exactly?
What I don't understand what you're trying to say. I think we're making this a
Because
bigger deal. I'm just letting y'all know.
No, I don't
what
think
I'm
we're
saying.
making it a big enough deal. Because Silver asked you
What she asked.
a question, and your answer was, "Well, I'm from Houston. I hear that word a lot."
What did she ask again?
If it was, Jesus God, Silver, do you want to repeat your question specifically? I don't want to misquote you.
So just the last one I asked him that about white people using, is there a way
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Is there a way that a white person could use the N-word in a not aggressive way and have it be not racist?
Yeah, so yeah, when I responded to that, I was kind of just letting y'all know where I see stuff, and that was really my only
And
point.
you said a lot of white people in your area use that word,
Okay, I did.
and it's
You're
not
right.
racist.
Yep, you're right. I did. I didn't. I'd say we'll go with Rexy's word, enough. I apologize for using a lot, but yeah, enough is
No,
obviously
no, I don't
overboard
care
already.
how many of them did it.
Yeah, yeah,
We're
it's
saying all of these, whether enough white people use the N word, and it's not racist.
I didn't. Whoa, when did I say? Oh, okay. Yeah,
Because
sorry.
my
I just
question
remember what we were
was,
talking about.
have you ever heard the N word used by white people in a not aggressive way, and therefore
Yes.
was not racism?
Yeah, so I mean, I've even heard a white dude. I mean, there's you got your football groups, stand outside in the morning. White dude using it freely around 10 other black dudes, and everybody's fine with it.
They
So
gave him a pass.
I mean, I guess they don't think that he's racist, and I don't think using that word's okay. But
So you think that because the black community right there in that area doesn't say anything against white people using that word, that it must not be racist?
I just said it's absolutely not okay to say that to me.
No. I'm just
Okay.
clarifying your story, please.
Okay.
You said on this basketball court, this basketball court where there are black kids and white kids, that white kids pop off with the N-word and the black kids allow it, therefore it is not racist.
It was just one guy.
I'd say one
Okay,
white kid. And
one
they're-
white man, one white
Okay.
kid says, please
Okay.
don't pick apart the story. If I'm getting close to, I promise you, you're saying one white kid and is surrounded by some black kids, and he says the N-word, and the black kids don't say anything, therefore it's not racism.
So all of them are buddies.
So I don't care.
Okay, well then you're not taking it in every.
Are you saying that white kid saying that word is not racist?
I don't think he means to be racist in that term. No.
Means to be?
I mean, yeah, that's what I said.
So when we look at that word, do you ever wonder if maybe the black community doesn't say anything because there's nothing they can say against that?
Oh,
Because
they'll
you need to shut up and
absolutely
listen.
beat
You
somebody's
need
ass if they
to
don't.
shut up and listen to me. All right. Because when we talk about the black community like that, and we talk about, especially when we go into the criminal justice system and we understand that the black community is over policed to an extent that they are arrested for 50% of the crimes, that not that they committed the crimes, they are arrested
Bullshit.
for 50% of the schmurders.
They're not
And
even a.
So I'm sorry, Hans, I know you got big feelings, but just sit still. And anybody that's interested in looking at the stats that I'm talking about, if you go to the link tree in my bio, you look at the FBI crime stats, it's in the lower portion. You're going to find what I'm about to say here. So because we know that the black community is arrested for 50% of the unalivings in the United States, because we know that they are so over-policed, and we know that even when they are convicted, which is a lower rate than their arrest rate, even when they are convicted, they have an exoneration. 50% of the yearly exonerations are from the black community. So when we look at that, for that black community to rise up and say anything, more than likely they're going to be heavily punished if they fight back against that white kid, if they say anything or do anything. And so it doesn't behoove them, but that does not mean it is not racist. It is still racist because that word was used to, as Rexy said, to other the entire race of people, to dehumanize them. So it doesn't matter how friendly the black community is that white kid said that word into. It doesn't matter that they don't do anything back. That word is racist.
Okay. Well, somebody said in the comments that's not
Well, I
okay.
don't care what
Oh,
anybody said in the comments
oh,
to you,
it
about
was
you. Still
defending
don't
your
care.
point, but you don't
Still
ever
don't
want to.
care. Still don't care. I'd like you to stay on the panel and address the point. I don't want you to address the comments again. You're going to sit in your uncomfortability that you just thought white people could say that word and have it not be racist. You believe that white people being racist to black people, if they didn't mean it to be mean, then it's not racist. And we need to talk about polite racism.
Silver, I want to use this as an opportunity to plug. Hi, I'm a black they, and some Wahite people said the N word around me, and I was hate crime for it. It's on my playlist called Big Trenton Energy. You can watch the whole thing. It's about a 15-minute time commitment. I actually did it because there were, one, I don't play that, but two, there were other black children who were not empowered to speak out against them because they go to high school with these kids, and there are a lot of white kids here. And had they stood up against them, they would have had no support. And so that's what I just want to let y'all know is that whenever we don't stand up, whenever we don't put hands on these Wahite people, when we don't make a stink about them saying it, they get on lives, they tokenize us, and they say, it's really black people's fault that we say the N word. Because if they told us to stop, we would. But then when we try to intervene, they hate crime us. It's really weird.
Yeah, I can remember one time I was riding the city transit, and these kids, white kids, were using the N word like it was a second language. And I was sitting there listening until I got to the point where I said, hey, man, respect my gray hairs. And you're using that word too frequent and too often. Please refrain from using that word because I'm getting upset by you using it like you do so freely.
See, I think that's fair. See, I think that's wrong, but I mean, I really can't. I mean, I really can't say. Like I said, he is using it around the one white dude using it around his buddies. I don't know. I really don't know what to think about that. I don't think it's.
I'm gonna do
Obviously,
a
it's not
mod
right.
duty real quick. Hey y'all, we have been So Melanated has been so gracious to give us this space to have these conversations, and we have not even reached 20K. That's not cool, So there's 38 people here. If y'all all tapped it 100 times, just 100, we'd be past 15K. Also, our shares are at 50. I know that y'all are enjoying this dialogue. As you can see, this is a prime example of a black space being open for discussion, conversation, and dialogue. And if you want to see more things like this, you're going to have to support it. Another thing that you can do is there's high bears. Those are only 10. You can help So Melanated by helping her reach her live goal, which is 20 high bears. Okay. And I know y'all got these high bears in here. I will go ahead and get the first one going. Let's see who can follow me on that. Now we're at 3 and we need 20. And you can also gift the panel. As of right now, the overt racists have more gifts than any of the black people who are laboring on this panel. And that is wild as hell. And y'all ain't even gifting the Wahite women who are over here giving y'all a good representation right now. You know what I mean? So let's do better, right? Thank you so much. And let's get it going. Okay, I'm going to give it back to you, Silver and Seaspring.
All right. Well, I appreciate y'all. I do got to go eat dinner. So thanks for your time, though.
All right. Hope you have some humble pie with that. Bye.
Bye, Seaspring.
All right. Appreciate y'all.
You cracker.
Damn chocodile larvae. I tell you, these chocodile larvae be all up when does school start up again, I swear. Okay. So I'm gonna do some more mod stuff. We got a lot of people on the panel, so I'm gonna just set up some order because it has gotten kind of wild in here and people just got to talking. So what I'm wanting to do is we want to introduce the new guest. That's Hans Mueller. So Hans, if you give your name, age, race, and pronouns for TikTok purposes, and then address the topic. After that, I'd like to hear from John, Silver, and Rexy.
Hans, 25.
Okay, your race.
White.
Okay, and your pronouns.
I'm a man.
Man is not a pronoun. Let me help you out here. So, if we were talking about washing asses, and I said Hans doesn't wash his ass, but I didn't want to use your name, but I say he doesn't wash his ass, she doesn't wash his ass, their ass, or her ass, or they don't wash their ass. Which one?
He.
Okay, fantastic. Okay,
He,
and
him. He, him.
Right, we heard you the
fantastic.
first time.
We heard you. Fantastic, thank you. All right, now, do you want to address the prompt now, Hans?
Excuse me, what?
Do you want to address the prompt?
Oh, yes. So yeah, actually, I'm not proud. I actually believe in reparations. I think we should give all the blacks a big ass city and all the gold in the world, and then
Okay,
we'll
could
see
you
how
say
long.
black people?
Yeah, we'll see
No,
how long it takes
no,
for them to.
hush, no, we're not doing that.
Oh my. Coming
Came out
straight
the
out the
gate
gate.
hot.
Yeah,
I knew by his name, Hans Mueller.
I did too. I
Yeah.
did too. Yeah, everybody knew. He's so clever. Oh,
I'm so proud of him for waiting so long to speak, just to be booted.
get,
he was really
it gets to
patient.
get kicked. I mean, he knew it was gonna happen, but he was like, "Man, if I could just be racist, man. If I could just hang in there, I would be able to do it."
He was ready to blast off like a rocket.
Oh, this is wild. Okay, now let's reestablish order. That was a very good laugh, but we do need to let other voices speak. Okay, so John, if you could NARP and then say what you need to say, bud.
Sure. My name's John. I'm 49 years old. I'm white. My
Old.
pronouns are he, him. Huh?
Hi, John.
What's up, Ripley?
I called you old, you cheesehead. Carry on.
Oh,
Sorry.
I thought someone said old. I've been feeling it lately too. But anyways, I don't know. I see some denial in the comments earlier about this being a white supremacist country. I don't see how we could see it any other way. Like we still have, police brutality. We still have an unjust justice system disproportionately affecting Black Americans and other people of color more than it does white people. We have redlining, gentrification, medical racism, environmental racism, all these things still going on. And now you don't even have the laws in place anymore. And you still have white people still doing this in the systems in this country. So for me, I agree with the host. This is a white supremacist country. And, I think it's white people's duty to end it. I mean, I don't know how someone else can end something that we started and perpetuate still today. So, yeah, I think we need to put in the effort to make changes in this country. But as of right now, this is very much still a white supremacist country. So, that's all I have.
Yurt, Rexy, Silver, do y'all have anything you want to add?
I don't at the moment. Not that
I
I mean, I
want to
could
say
talk all day.
We'll move on to Ripley.
I just wanted to say, because of the presidential election coming up, because of who's running, you know what I mean? Like, it seems like that's a hot issue again. You know what I mean? Racism.
I'm sorry, what?
Because of who's running for president, Trump running for president,
Uh-huh.
like racism is more, it's like coming back into view again. You know what I mean?
No, I'm not sure what you mean.
Everybody says Trump's a racist and he's running for president. And the mainstream news say that a lot about him. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying
I don't.
now that he's running for president.
I'm just curious, really quick. Have we talked about the presidential election up here?
I
I mean, we haven't
Really,
since I've
we
been here.
just
I don't know
got
what went
at
on
the
before.
at the bottom of the screen. We got to learn more about the U.S. elections, and I really don't like that. I really
Me
don't
either.
like that.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. There's a few. Deanne Ramirez, you have been thugging, I think, for at least an hour. I'm gonna send you one more guest request, and if you don't come on up here, you finna go to the shadow realm. Hop on in the box, Deanna. Deanne, the N. Is that what your name is? The N. That's what I'm gonna say. The N.
So come up here and pray with us, Sister Deanne. You are praying for us down in the comments. Come up and talk. Let's talk about that arm of white supremacy.
All right. We have Lindsay. Can you mute? We're gonna get right to you here in just 1 second. Okay, fantastic. So guess what? The N. You about to go into the shadow realm. You enjoy your excommunication from this space. Just remember that spicy whites are still white. There we go. Fantastic. Oh, well, I guess Lindsay. He's out of here.
I
He's
think
out
you
of
have
here.
her spicy white.
Did I have a spicy white? that
Was she
Chipotle
about to?
chalky.
Was she about to be like, I'm Hispanic, so is that what was
Yeah,
about to happen?
how is Hispanic not a race? That's what was coming. That was coming right now. So yeah, y'all, if you want vanilla half chocolate.
My favorite is when they say Latino and then you tell them it's not a race and then say, okay, Hispanic then.
Yes, that's always great. Or they say a nationality. They go, all right,
Yeah,
I'm Dominican. And I go, okay, well, that's not the race either.
My favorite is, when the Mexican, like, what? Tell me what a Mexican looks like, please, because this ought to be good. And then when you ask them what an American looks like, they get real tripped up.
Vanilla, you can reserve even more energy by being muted for the entire live. If you want to say something, you could come on up. Listen, this is a discussion. We already have had overt racists with covert racists and all other races up here, and it's been fine. Nobody's been attacked. No one's been oppressed. Father, again, you were exactly what we're looking for. Being white is amazing. I love it. So can you please come up and tell us about it? Like, that is my
They have
preferred white.
3 followers,
I know.
unfortunately.
Oh, bingo time.
So what do we have so far?
Ooh, this might be a blackout already. We can go through them. So, Melanated, let's go through them and see what we got, because I can't remember.
Did anyone say B1?
Well, what's her name? I forget her name now. Starts with L, but she tried to go the black on black crime route.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I think she covered a few. Hold on, if I could see.
That's awesome.
We had the first lady who interrupted the whole panel to let us know she was teaching her kids not to see color.
And that she wasn't a racist.
Oh, yeah.
And she tokenized.
Did she have black friends?
I think she said family members, but I'm not really sure. Adopted brothers, I think is what it
We all
was.
have
I think she had
black
adopted brothers. So same thing. Same thing. Oh my gosh, y'all! I think I need glasses.
Ooh, she did. Deanne, Kiwi said Deanne got get over it. She did. She was like, you need to rise above it. she was fancy.
You know what's missing from this bingo card is we had a black president, so whatever the rest of the sentence is usually that they say.
And there's a free
Or
spot
is
in the
that on
middle.
there?
Oh, I see it. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. I just seen it.
So far, no enslaved Irish. I'm kind of sad that we didn't get that one.
The fact that the Xenarchy keeps getting muted is crazy.
Hey, Blazer, I haven't seen you in forever.
Hi,
Right?
Rexy. Yeah, I have been fighting misogyny. I have been bringing down the realm of misogyny. And my main page got nannered for a week because of not only misogyny but transphobia and all that other stuff, right? So if anybody has not seen, well, I'm pretty sure you know all of you guys are old people, so you haven't seen Hell of a Boss. But yeah. So one of the actors from Hell of a Boss was on my panel, which I was so honored for, and somebody was harassing him, and their harassment of the person that was on my panel got my live nannered until the 16th. So yeah, I saw this over here. You know, I came across this live, and I just wanted to know, like, white tea people cannot experience racism. Okay, I just want you all to know. Y'all, they cannot
Later,
experience
John.
racism. Bye, John. Take it easy.
Bye, John.
But I'm just. Yeah, that's also so the person who it is the guy that played Colin the Cherub on Hell of a Boss. So that's who it was on my panel. But really quick, Billis, can we get your name and your age, please? Yeah, I'm Billis. I'm 29. And are your pronouns assumed, or would you like to specify? You can assume. All right, awesome. What brings you up here today? Well, I saw the bingo board, and I wanted to know how to play. Well, pretty much. You know, if you're trying to prove that you're not racist, which is not a thing, that's what the bingo is for. But we were just playing a little game here. But the real topic is right next to the face, my beautiful face right here. So, can you answer that question?
What is there to be proud of about living in a white supremacist country? That's the question.
Billis, before you start, could you please give us your name, age, race, and pronouns, please?
I did that already.
Oh, okay,
I did
I'm
that
sorry. I
already.
was not
Yeah.
paying attention. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I did that already. Yeah, I was in the middle of telling my story, and then I seen Billis up here, so I was just like, you know what? Even though I'm not a mod, let me help y'all out a little bit.
You know that
So
could be fixed.
what is there
later.
to be proud of?
You said what? I'm about to be what now?
No, I
I
was
said,
reading the
hang on,
question.
Billis. Hang on, Billis.
Okay.
I said, Blazer, you know that can be fixed, right?
I know it can be fixed. That's up to you. It's literally up to you.
I got you. All right, go ahead, Billis.
Well, I certainly wouldn't say that there's pride, at least in my eyes, behind living in a white supremacist country. I don't know if there's a lot to be proud of. I mean, certainly not that. I'm just kind of here. That's where I landed, making the best of it. Trying to be nice where I can.
So do you think being nice will shield you from the fact that that racism is all around you?
No, it definitely doesn't change that. But as an individual, what more can I do other than try to do the right thing and be respectful to everybody and, support positive change?
I would definitely also melanated black Gnostic. Blake says that we need another live goal. I would tell you what you could do, but that's not my place because I'm not white. Rexy,
Well, I'm curious. I'd be open to hearing it.
Yeah, you can tell me.
So you're asking what more you can do? Are you genuinely asking that, or is that one of those philosophical? "Meh,
No, I was
what more
asking.
can I
I was
do?"
asking her. I was.
So and Blazer said they're not going to answer you, so I'm answering you,
Oh,
and I
okay.
can
I didn't
answer
hear
that
that.
question. But I can answer that question. But before I do, I want to know if you genuinely asked that question, or if you're just like, if
I
it was more of
genuinely
that.
asked the questions because I want to
It
hear.
wasn't that I didn't want to answer it. It's just like I can answer it. It's just I don't give free labor. Only when I want. I only give free labor when I want to, and right now I don't want to. And I have been told many times that I should not give free labor to people who want to learn but do not learn, because there is a thing called Google. but Silver and Rexy are more than happy to do so. Just
Yeah,
not me right now.
whoever is willing.
And so the first thing would be to educate yourself, right? On what's kind of going on in the United States. Would you agree with that?
I think that's important. Yeah.
Okay. When we look at what that process looks like, it's very individualized to you, and it can be something that's done by you. There are books you can read to begin that journey. There are documentaries that you can watch to begin that journey. There are all sorts of things. It kind of depends on you individually, and how you take in information is really going to be where that starts. Okay. So honestly, that's up to you. There are links in my link tree in my bio on deconstructing racism that help explain. There's actually one of the first things in my link tree is the implicit association test. And that helps you see if you have any internalized bias. Because it gives you tests like, do you have a bias between Black people and white people? Do you have a bias between cisgender people and trans people, gay people and straight people? There are a bunch of tests like that that you can kind of begin to look at that within yourself. But then there's also going to be sources for understanding some of the terminology that is used when we talk about being anti-racist. So things like white privilege, if you don't understand what white privilege is, there are going to be sources for you to find that. And then once you begin that deconstruction, where your path leads you after that is for you to decide. If you want to go into activism, if you want to do whatever you want to do.
Okay, so I was more asking the question as, like, what are actionable items today that I could physically
Read a book.
do?
Read a book. Watch a documentary. Yeah.
Okay.
Don't just hear
What if
Black
what if
and
we go under
other
the
people of color.
assumption? What if we
Hold on, Billis. Hold on, Billis. Hold on, baby. Hold on, Billis. Go ahead, Rexy, because Rexy was speaking. Let her finish, and then you can
So-
ask the question.
So you could also start by not just like hearing Black people speak and Indigenous people and other people of color. You could actually start to listen to what their experiences are, because they're not making them up.
I guess what I'm trying to do is relate this to my life and growth based on the experiences that I've had, and the parts of my life that have been very ingrained specifically with Black people. Like when I was young for many years, growing up in a neighborhood, there were only a handful of white families where I lived, and almost everybody was Black. So like it was a very normal thing to me. And I used to, my best friend Jonathan, him and I, me and my dad would go to the beach with his mother and his grandma and him and his sister. And it was like such a normal thing. I didn't even think about race like that when you're a kid, because you don't think about it in the same way. And you get older and you start to see, how the world views different people. And I guess maybe there's always more I could learn, but I think experiences and, just the people you've met are going to be a big part of understanding perspective. So when I think about like this question, okay, what can I do? I don't want to go under the assumption that I haven't heard these people. I haven't, had experiences and had friendships and understood, culture in a certain respect. I would think of like, okay, well, what more actionable things I could do outside of the education, because I feel like I'm fairly educated through general knowledge and experiences, because I think the experiences are pretty valuable. And, what is beyond, those baseline things that you both had mentioned.
One of the things like that you said that would be helpful to recognize is that you were saying as a child you didn't even think about race. That's and I'm not coming at you or anything. That
No, I did say
that is
that.
a very white. Yeah, I'm just saying that is a very white privileged experience
I
that
agree with
we
that.
as white people have. Is that we don't we generally don't wake up and think about our race probably at all throughout the day
No,
for the
I
most
probably
part.
never have in my life.
Yeah, because we've never needed to. So like acknowledging like even that like you have this joyful experience of going to the beach, the story that you just told, but just
Well, I
remembering
remember
that
people looking at us weird.
experience. Yeah, exactly. So the
I remember that I
experience
could
though
tell
might
other
not be the
people thought
same.
it was
Really quick. I'm sorry. So hello, 37 people. Blake No Stick has said to tap to 21K. If you guys could please tap the screen. I don't like being comment suppressed. And I'm poor, so I can't sub. But it would be nice if you guys could tap the 21K so that we can continue this conversation. If you guys are enjoying the conversation, make sure you are gifting the host and the panelists. And Billis, I wanna give you something as well that will help you with this conversation. JD, can you go on mute? Can you go on mute for me, please?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if we can tap from the box, Rexy. Some people say yes, some people say no. It's really up to the host whether or not you can. Well, Rexy, Melanated says no. So if you're in the box, don't tap the screen. If you're in the comments, please tap the screen. 21K, and so that we can continue this conversation. Billis, one thing that will help you also within this conversation is to understand your privilege as a cis hetero white man. Even though, yes, you do not experience any type of racial bias, you still can perpetuate that that racial bias, and you can also perpetuate misogyny. And what misogyny is, hello. Yeah. And so what misogyny
I
is
love America, man. I love America.
I mean, if you, and I'm gonna tell you exactly how you know misogyny exists, right? Because even though it wasn't JD's turn, he still wanted to unmute simply because he heard my voice, a feminine voice, and wanted to interrupt me to say he loves America, right? When women are speaking to you too, I want you to challenge yourself to wait until they're completely done, and then you can answer what it is that you want, that answer whatever question or make a statement that you need to say, because it helps the conversation. So go ahead, Rexy. Rexy wasn't done. Then Billis, you can respond.
No, that's pretty much done. I think he got what I was saying.
If I may speak to him real quick, because he said something that I think is very crucial to the conversation. When we look at the learning that we got in school, K through 12 very specifically, we know that all of our textbooks, also all of the textbooks you used, all of the textbooks I used, all of the textbooks everybody on this panel used in K through 12 in all states, they were written and designed with white supremacy in mind to uphold those types of ideologies. They were, in fact, written and distributed by a group called the Daughters of Confederacy, or sometimes known as the Moms of Liberty, depending on what era of American history you look at. Okay, so what we were taught in school was very much based in that racism. And that's why when you hear things like white people are inherently racist, it is because of what we learned in those textbooks, the whitewashed history as part of it. And so when you tell me, and that's kind of why I go into education being the number one thing you need to do. But really the number one thing you need to do is understand that there's going to be some deconstruction of the lies that you did learn growing up. And that has to be done in order to, in simultaneously, as you begin to go back and read books based on what history really was and what's really going on in the power structures within the United States.
So to follow up on that, you would consider, let's just say, a white person who didn't have that learning experience, that textbooks in schools, would you put them in a different place as far as where they're at on the scale of
What
racism?
textbooks did they use? What textbooks did they use?
Well, because I'm just trying to relate this.
Hey, real quick, Silver and Billis, I'm going to interrupt real quick. We're going to, Natasha, could you first introduce yourself and then say what you need to, and then we'll go to Undeniably and we can pick it back up between you and Billis, Silver.
Sure.
Okay?
Yes. My name is Natasha Brown. I'm knocking on 70's door. I'm she, her. I don't know the melanated. I don't know your platform, but thank you for the invite. Mr. Bills, dear white people, there is racism and then there's inherent racism. And you're coming up here like you're black neutral, or I'm not racist, or I don't know exactly what you're trying to say. But let me make it clear: there's two types. I can say I have white friends, but what's inherent is, let me tell you the difference. When I get pulled over, or if my son gets pulled over, or my granddaughter gets pulled over, they're told, keep your hands at 12 and 3, even in 2024. But how that officer is going to address me is contrary to how he's going to treat you. And that's inherent. That is something inherent to white T people. That doesn't diminish your workability and how hard you work to get the things that you got. That's inherent. That is what you have. I'll come in with my name, Natasha. You come in with your name, Jason. They're going to look at your application differently than they're going to look at my application. And you can have all the black friends that you want, or the black wife, or the black spouse, or whatever the case may be. That inherent racism is there because you had it at birth. Now, what you do in your life to alter your relationship with people of color, that's a different thing, and that's a different issue. But no, just as simply being white is inherently in your DNA that you're racist. Racist equals power. So black people cannot be racist. I heard a couple of people in your comments were saying this, that, and the other. Well, can't be. White people have oppressed a people. They have oppressed a continent. So that's something that it's not, we're whining and we this, that, and the other. That's not the issue. I don't need a bottle. This is our reality, our everyday life. I go to the hospital. I have a lawsuit right now. They're going to treat me differently than they're going to treat Becky. They're white people. You need to understand what inherent racism is. Thank you. Thank you for the invite, Melanated.
Thank you, Natasha.
Yeah, thank you for
Thank
speaking.
you, Auntie.
Hi, Auntie.
I don't disagree with any of that.
All right, fantastic. So can we go? Sorry, Zenarchy. But can we get undeniably in here after you speak?
Zenarchy lives on.
Undeniably, can you name, age, race, pronouns, and then address the topic, please?
Yeah. William, 35, white. He, and,
And what? Oh, sorry.
yeah, you're fine. I would say that, for the most part, we can't, deny the fact of where we stand in America. Let's just take it back to, the era of Mozart and Beethoven, and see how that was the gateway to white supremacy and classism. I believe classism and racism go hand in hand.
Is anybody else lost? Cause I'm looking.
Yeah.
Okay. So
But just for FYI, you know, Beethoven was biracial, right? Did you know that, Undeniably? Curious about that.
Yeah, how did they start it?
I wouldn't say they started it, but I believe they played a big part of it. I'm not sure what.
So, do you know how racism started? Do you know the beginning of it?
I don't think any of us know the true beginning of it. We weren't there.
I disagree.
Yeah, well, that's okay.
You know, yeah. Of course, it's okay. I disagree. White people started racism. There was no racism until you all came into the picture.
That's fine to say that
And
white people
here-
started it. We just don't know why. We don't know how or why.
Let me tell you why. Would you like me to tell you why? I'm sorry.
No.
It's the retired teacher in me, because I can
No.
explain it.
I'm just gonna go.
Okay, you didn't want educating. You just wanted to spell off in that white tea privilege coming through. Okay, bye.
Now, can I ask a follow-up question?
Ask Melanie.
Melanie or everybody, because I guess this is the real crux of, why I would want to be involved in this conversation. And I say this is because this is where I am at it as a baseline, right? I welcome information and opinions. So really, I don't think I'm racist. If I am, I'd like to know how. That's really what I'm getting at, and that's how I would like to gain something from this conversation, if nothing else.
Well, let's have to explain to you that. So were you not listening?
I think I've been listening. Maybe I haven't been understanding.
So you don't understand being a white supremacist versus being inherently racist.
I think I do.
Well,
I-
I explained it to you earlier, so let me hear what you got out of it.
When I was listening to you earlier, you were explaining how what I took as the inherent privilege that I have being a white person, which I acknowledge and I agree with. I guess my question would be: is being white as a standalone, does that make somebody racist?
Yes. Yes, it does. I'm sorry. Excuse me for laughing, and I apologize.
No, it's okay, and that's why I don't think
I
I
do
picked
feel
up
like
on
you're
that.
being earnest. I do believe that you're being earnest, but obtuse at the same time. And again, excuse me. I apologize. I'm retired. I've been retired for a minute, obviously. Um, Billy, I don't believe you are the card carrying, hood wearing, I'm going to keep you out of the job because you're a different color carrying white tea person. Okay? But that still does not negate the inherency of you just simply being. Do you understand that?
Okay, so the inherency of me existing as a white person makes me racist because the system works more in my favor. Is that
That's part of the inherency, yes, sir.
okay?
Yes.
And I guess when I look at that, I say, okay, that has to do with the system as opposed to me and my thoughts and beliefs and practices as an individual. Now, if the case is that I have to, turn a light bulb on in my head and say, oh, actually, that does have to do with me, even though I don't think it has to do with me, then that might be
Let
the
me ask you a
answer.
question.
Right?
If you're at work and you hear one of your white tea colleagues saying, and this is something I've experienced, so I'm just going to see what
Yeah, go
your
ahead.
response would have been. Who did that N word think she is? What would be your response if you're in that lunchroom? Because this is a conversation I heard about myself in a working situation. What would have been your response as that person in the that white tea person at the table in that conversation?
I would have left the room.
You wouldn't respond.
Well, actually, it's interesting because I used to work with this
No,
guy
no.
who,
I don't want a story. I
well, I
want
was in
you.
a situation where
You
I heard
said,
somebody say that
okay.
in the
Hold
office.
on. You just said you would walk away.
I would say, like, that's not okay. I don't want to be around you right now.
Hey, that's not what you said at first. You said you just walk away. But go continue. What would you do?
I would leave the conversation.
You would leave the conversation.
Yeah, that would make me extremely uncomfortable.
Okay, and that's why,
Can I
ma'am.
speak on that? Can I speak on that uncomfortableness after you're done, Auntie?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you can, because I'm getting discombobulated.
I
But
don't want to be
let me,
associated with
but let
that.
me say this. Let me tell you how inherent even that your response would be. For you not to say anything, you're still a part of the problem. You're still a part of the problem. With you having black friends and black associates and this, that, and the other, instead of confronting your white tea counterparts and saying, because no one protected me. I was the only black person in this in this agency, so I didn't feel protected, and I didn't have allies within my workspace. And this is 40, 50 years ago. Like I said, I'm old. I believe I still remember white only fountains and black only fountains. So that's how old I am. So your response was to get up and leave, and you can do that and get away with it. But as an ally, as a white tea person who believes in equality and all that good stuff, would have said, we did something different. They would have confronted the issue. That's what an ally would have done. That is somebody who believes in equality and respect people would have said. I'm just
If I
saying.
may, the story I was telling you earlier.
Blazer's next. Blazer's next.
Okay.
Blazer, are you there?
I'm here. Go ahead, Bill. So I'm gonna speak on it in a second. I know what I wanted to say.
Yeah, I was trying to tell a story of when this happened to me in real life and draw kind of what I did, right? The guy said,
You told me what you would do.
well,
Sir,
I want
we
to
don't
tell you
need to
what I
hear a
did
story.
do.
Okay, Bill, listen, I don't know about me, and this is Melanated Live. But I don't want to hear a story about what you did. I gave you a situation, and you told me what you did. Now, you want to tell me another story that was a different outcome? Is
No,
that
it's more of a exactly what happened rather than a more general description that I gave. Right? Is that something
Go
that
ahead.
I
Go
yeah.
ahead.
Well,
I'm listening.
I said to the guy, I said, "That's not cool. I don't want to be near you right now," and I walked away from him. I did, vocally express that I didn't condone it. I'm not going to say I did anything more than that, but that is, how I handled it.
You didn't tell him why it was wrong. Whatever comment he
I don't
made to
think it
you.
needs to be explained.
Okay, Blaze.
Yep. Now it's time for me to step in. So first I'm gonna speak on the uncomfortableness, right? 1 second, hold on.
You're muted.
All right. No, yeah, I'm muted. So first, I'm gonna speak on the uncomfortableness. I need you to understand that even if, right, there's a lot of things that make me uncomfortable in life. The fact that a lot of things within the country and within the continent of Africa is going on. How there's still slavery being done, not by the hands of other black individuals, but by the hands of European individuals who should have long gone been out of there. There's the fact that there is a cultural Schmiticide going on in the Middle East because people think that that's what's supposed to be happening. And yet, even still, right, all of those things make me uncomfortable. I still speak on it. I still deal with it. I still talk about it. I still tell why it's wrong for that to occur. And the reason why you should have said something about its occurrence, right, is because at the end of the day, and of the occurrence of why it's wrong, because at the end of the day, just like how I would need to be that woman that is calling out women who are abusing children and men. You need to be that YT person that is calling out YT people for their racism. and I would say that even if knowing that what the N-word entails and how it's very harmful and can cause unalivement to individuals like myself, that's not all that racism is about. You're not going to see the overt racism from most people, especially for you being a YT person. You're gonna see a lot of you're gonna see a lot of the covert racism, such as hearing people say, well, maybe she got that job or maybe he got that job because insert racial or ethnic reason, right? And I think when it comes to uncomfortableness, we gotta learn how to get out of that. It's literally a flight or fight response, and that uncomfortableness is what you have to see. Not only do you have to sit with it, but you've got to work with it. Like I'm pretty sure that that Rexy and Silver were uncomfortable when they first started realizing the things that that they knew about racism and how they had perpetuated it against people. I'm pretty sure that's something that happened. There's nothing wrong with being uncomfortable. It's when you don't do anything about the uncomfortableness. It's when you decide to say, oh yeah, I don't like that. Let me revert to, like, it's easy to revert into bigotry than it is to actually step out of that bigotry and actually have the conversation, actually do something about it, so that you don't have to continue, so that you don't perpetuate it anymore. That's it. And even though I am a black woman, I'm not as well versed on racism as I should be. I'm more versed on misogyny because I face that a lot more than I've ever faced in my life. but that doesn't mean to say that I've never faced racism. I'm just saying, as a black woman, I face more misogyny than I care to talk about. But racism is just something that I have no choice but to be educated on, because my father was a not only was he adjacent to Black Panthers, but he not my father, my great grandfather was adjacent to Black Panthers, but he was also what we would call a no-tep today is what he was, but he wasn't anti-black woman, if you get what I'm saying, Miss Natasha. Because
Yes,
a lot
ma'am.
of them,
Blazer, you just made me feel 100 years old, because, you know, I'm from East Oakland, and I am the product of a Black Panther upbringing. And when you said great grandfather, you just made me feel ancient. That's all.
I'm sorry, but I love you though.
It's okay. I
I'm
love
sorry.
you too. I love you too. So no, and it's true. Everything you said is right on point for me, and that's why I think it's important to have these conversations when you have young people like you and Billis, for you even to come up here to to confront your inherentness and your idea that you aren't, or that you are not practicing racist, is something to come, also to come in, and that you're having, at least you're attempting to have the conversation. I think as the people, we have a long way to go, but as white tea people, you're the only one that can erase it. You can only one that can change it. You're the only one that can alter the dynamic of it. And you also have the power in voting, so that you don't get somebody, and I'm independent, so I'm not saying okay, but I'm independent. It's your responsibility in the voting booth to vote for people that's not going to erase our history, that's not going to diminish us, that's not going to take away our things to help us move forward as a people. So, you'd be surprised the power of one person.
Well, I appreciate you saying that.
Alrighty, so Miss Amber, can we get your name, your age, your race, and your pronouns, please?
My name is Amber. I'm 39, and she, her.
What brings you up here, gorgeous?
I was just wanting to try to add something for Billis. But just to put out there, I struggle with talking in front of people, even in this type of setting. So I'm gonna do my best. But if I'm hoping that if I get it out well enough, maybe somebody else can maybe pick it up. Because there's a he mentioned like he grew up not thinking about color, and he started to mention there like for a second that he felt like people would look at them differently. And I feel like there's a part of this that I don't really hear mentioned, and I just wanted to add to that, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead. You got the floor.
Okay. So I kind of had the same. I had this similar experience. I think it's pretty similar for a lot of people. And for a long time, I had trouble understanding, like what was wrong with colorblind. That's what a lot of people use. Sorry, I'm starting to get a little stressed out. Okay.
Take your time. Okay, so contrary to popular belief, this is not a live where we're just dogpiling on white tea people who are either trying to learn or wanting to learn. The only time we might do that is if someone who is absolutely ignorant and does not want to learn, just wants to sit here and throw racial slurs and say that they, there's nothing wrong with what they grew up in. We're not born racist, which everybody should know that you are not born racist. You are taught things that can contribute to certain systems. Like, I am taught things, right? And even though I am part of the LGBTQIA plus community, okay, part of the Legitimaquah, okay, per period, that doesn't mean that I still can't be homophobic, I can't be T-phobic, I can't be biphobic, I can't be none of that, because there were things that were instilled in me that was told to me that being part of the Legitimaquah was bad, or seeing people who are part of the Legitimaquah means that they're and they're participating in the legitimate qua, is bad. It's demonic, right? So things that were taught, it doesn't mean that you are a bad person for being taught those things. It just means that you're a bad person for perpetuating those things and doubling down in that perpetuation. So yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Take your time though. Like I just wanted to point that out there. So.
No, I actually appreciate you taking a second to talk, because it allowed me to, it's not just the subject or anything. It's just, this is just me naturally. I don't like talking. I don't like being on the spot. But anyways, I appreciate the little pause. So my mom, she kind of raised me the same way. And for a long time, I struggled to understand why colorblind was bad. But because, I mean, in a perfect world, that would be great. But we don't live in a perfect world. But so for my family, I don't really know past my grandparents, but I know from my mother, I don't really remember anything from my childhood that stood out for me. But I know from hearing my mom that my grandparents, they did not like Black people. And my mom, she did not like that they were like that. So I'm not mad at her for her choice to like kind of try to raise us colorblind, because I understand she was trying to do something different. But somebody, I can't remember who it was, said that when he said like, what can I do? And they said education, like educate yourself. Like, I love my mom and I appreciate that she tried to do something different, but she lacked the education to understand that by raising me that way, it left me in a position of, I had no idea. So I would feel attacked and had no idea. But then on the flip side, like I lived in a low income neighborhood. There was various people that lived there. But now that I'm like at the age I am now, and I have the perspective that I have now, I feel kind of like that must have been weird, like me walking around the neighborhood not really understanding any of that history. And I mean, it's I don't know really what the word, I mean, I was a kid, but I don't really know how to say what I'm thinking.
So can I jump in real quick?
Yes.
Yeah, can I ask her a question?
Yeah, I bet it's the same one. Go.
Is your mom still alive?
Yes.
And do you think that she's open to like reading book? Like, does she like to read? Is she an avid reader?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
Well, there are some book recommendations in the chat. If you want to take screenshots, get those book recommendations, and not only get them for yourself, but get them for your mom. No,
Yeah.
Rexy, it wasn't the same question. I just wanted to see if because I love people who want to come up and learn. I love people who want to actually genuinely have a conversation, because then maybe that could actually get the ball rolling. The ball that
Yeah.
that people have been trying to roll for so long. So like the conversations are needed. We can't sit here and say, well, if you just stop talking about it, it's going to end, which that has been told to us for hundreds of years. So so yeah. But go ahead, Rexy. I'm sorry.
No problem. So you said you grew up in a low income. Oh,
Go ahead, Rexy. I'm sorry.
so is it Amber? I'm sorry, I'm not even sure who I'm talking to. I just want to make sure I'm talking to you.
Yeah, it's Amber.
You said you grew up in a low income area,
Yeah.
and people probably thought it was weird seeing you walk around. Were you not on the lower end of the income statuses? Were you like rich living in a low?
No. Oh, sorry. Sorry, my brain kind of struggles sometimes whenever I don't like talking in front of people. But anyways, no, it's more like, if you, okay, so I think about one example. There was a little girl there that I remember, and I remember her fondly. Like, I remember wanting to play with her.
Yeah, I'm gonna just stop you before you tell another story. So What
Well,
exactly did you mean by low income? Like, why would it be weird you walking around a low income area
well, I'm
if you were also
trying
low
to.
income?
Well, I'm trying to figure out how to say what it is I'm saying. Um,
Do you okay? So let me try to help clarify.
it's like oblivious of the history. Like I don't know what I could have done different as a kid, but as a kid I was oblivious of the history, and I feel like without knowing it, like if I don't
Wait,
know
the
the
history of what?
history
The history of
of
what?
like what happened between blacks and white people. Sorry, I know that's not a
Okay,
nice thing to say.
and I don't mean to be a jerk, but what does that have to do with you living in a low income area?
Well, the apartments I lived in were called low income apartments.
Amber, if you said
Does
that your
anybody else
mom is
understand what I'm trying to get
colorblind,
at?
yes, Wesley, I do.
I
If you
do.
say
Okay, thanks.
if your mom is colorblind, then you would have just blindly went out and played with whomever, regardless.
Yes.
So maybe
No, I
not so
did.
colorblind.
And
So you
well,
weren't
that was
raised
a
colorblind.
problem. But I
Well,
mean,
actually, that wasn't even the direction I was going in. I'll
I
just say
know, I know,
you're
I,
you're
I know, I
still
know where
you
you're going. I know where you're going,
yeah.
Rexy. Let me try to help out a little bit.
Okay.
So you're trying to say I was around a lot of people who were not the same color as me, and it kind of felt weird because I didn't know exactly how to move in that type of in that field. Is
no,
that what you're saying?
no, that's not it at all. And I think
Okay.
that I really
Go ahead. No, go
struggling.
ahead.
Um, I don't know. I know that story is frustrating. I feel like that person that they were the little girl, and they were really, really nice to me. But I think about them sometimes because I didn't understand,
Hey,
like,
Amber, can you hold on? Because you just broke up through that
there.
whole, you're breaking up really bad. So hold on just a
Oh,
moment,
yeah.
Amber. If you'll move closer, yeah, we can't. If you'll move closer to your Wi-Fi real quick, and then I'd actually like to give it back before you speak again, if Rexy could speak, because there's an important piece of that neighborhood that you're talking about that you're missing, and it's crucial that we kind of stick to that story for a little bit.
But before we do,
How about now?
That's actually better. So before we do, the comments have been off until we get to 30K. For those that are in the comments, if you could possibly please tap the screen. I don't like being comment suppressed. Tap the screen. If y'all don't get us 30K, I'm gonna cuss all y'all out. I don't like being comment suppressed. This is the only time that the Zenarchy is gonna take over. I don't like being comment suppressed. So yeah, tap the screen. Y'all can do it. I'm pretty sure y'all can do it. Come on, y'all. Come on. Keep tapping.
Are you good, Amber?
Yeah. Before we jump into the neighborhood, do you all mind if I just try one more time really quick to get out what it is I'm trying to? I don't feel like it's coming out right, and it's something I don't hear people talk about.
Amber, it's okay because we understand what you're talking about, and we'll actually get into because not seeing color is very important. But you're
Yeah.
saying,
Let's let her go ahead and try to restate what she's saying one more time. So go ahead, Amber.
I guess I'm just trying to get out that, like, when you grow up not understanding, I treated everybody the same, but if there's like, okay, if you hurt somebody and you just wander, if you do something wrong to somebody and I don't know, just, you see them and you treat them like nothing happened, that itself is hurtful. I don't know if that makes sense. I mean, I wasn't in the past, but I feel like, that hurt was still there.
I see where she's coming from now. She's saying that because she was taught that colorblindness, she hurt a lot of people with that colorblindness, even though.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
Here we go.
I'm sorry.
Got it.
I'm
So-
trying really
I got
hard.
it.
But I still want to understand why, if you were and I'm not being a classist jerk or anything. If you were also lower income, why would those people in the lower income community that you were in look at you like, why is she here? If you were also low income.
I don't think it has any. For me, it didn't have anything to do with being low income or where it was. I was more saying that because that's a common thing that white people like to say, and I feel like it's really kind of like, I feel like they see it as making themselves on the same playing field, but it doesn't. I wasn't really saying that. Like, I was trying to, like,
I guess I'm trying to find out. So in this community that you lived in, was it other poor white people?
I mean, it was there was a little bit of everybody.
Okay, so who was looking at you strangely? That's what I'm like. The why is she here? Like, did you look like you should be rich or something?
Lexi, can I interject and do a little bit of translating real quick? I think, and please tell me if this is right, Amber. But what you were saying is because of you were taught colored blindness by your mother, and because you were a poor white person, what you did was begin to conflate your oppression with class with the black people's in your communities oppression with racism and class. You didn't understand intersectionality, right? And so you were like, we're all poor. I don't understand why there's still a problem. We're still poor folks, when in fact you had missed your privilege in the racial hierarchy. Is that what I'm getting from you?
Well, as a child, I had no clue about any like poor class.
Of course,
race,
but I'm saying in
nothing.
retrospect, is that what you're saying? When I look at it now, I had unintentionally conflated my my class with the struggle of race. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and I think a lot of people do that, but I don't anymore. And that's why I was just trying to help Billis hear, like, people talk about their mother and being, they talk about where they live. They talk about their experiences. And I don't think, like, I feel like they're stuck where I used to be. I know I have a lot to learn still, but I felt like Billis was really trying to understand. And I just thought that maybe I'm not good at talking, but I was just hoping that maybe I like my mom. I think she meant well, but she really it didn't help. And, people say start with education. And I feel like sometimes people would hear that and be like, well, what's that going to do? But really, it's important. Like, it could have made a difference I don't know what I could have done as a kid, but definitely as I got older, I would have got stuck in that, well, we're all poor. Like, what's going on? I didn't really understand. But if I had known, I don't know what would have, I can't go back in time. But anyways, education is important. That is a really, really important place to start. And I think a lot of people that were raised colorblind struggle to cross that threshold.
I can definitely relate to
Just really quick. Hold on, real quick.
Okay.
Melanated. How about we turn the comments back on at 25K?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, y'all got 7K. Y'all got 700 more likes to get. The seven of y'all can help us get to 25K. Maybe 30K was a little overwhelming. I seen what Melanated said, but we do kind of need the comments. We do kind of need the comments to help get the algorithm going. Look at them hearts flying. Once y'all knew it was 25K, I said, oh, bet we can do that. I see y'all. Y'all see this is what happens when you're in a live full of lazy people. See, there we go. Yeah.
I don't know what tapping it does. I don't know. Does it send like a notification to people? I'm just tapping all day right here. I didn't know all these taps would count.
But if you're in the box, don't tap though. Okay.
Yeah,
Just
Bill,
let
you want to
the
help?
people in
I
the
was trying
comments.
to
Let the
help.
people
I
in
was
the
trying to help.
comments tap. Yeah, no.
Here,
Let the
Bill,
people
I'll
in the
tell you how
comments
you
tap.
can
They're the
help.
one. You're up here doing the labor. You ain't got to do nothing more than that. You're up
Fair
here trying to
enough.
learn. You ain't got to do nothing more than that.
Fair enough.
Bill's a chalky. You have to do more. So if you want to do more, Bill,
Okay.
go ahead to
Okay.
the big box to your left and hold it down. What's going to happen is there's going to be a whole list of your friends, and you can just send, and those are all individual shares. Okay. Also, so Melanated has a live goal of 3 hand hearts. That's so easy to get. If you have it, send the hand heart. Okay. So those are things that you can do, Billis, to help the live. Okay.
All right.
I don't mean to jump back in here, but I hope that maybe what I was saying was come across. And if so, I can jump down so someone else can come up. I don't know if it was helpful, but I feel like I've tortured you.
No. You were good. You were good. And Amber, here's the thing: if you're going to have these conversations, you don't need to beat yourself up while you do it. We'll beat you up, so don't worry about it. And then also, we do understand where you're getting to. Okay.
Well, it's fine if you want to be like, that's fine. I just like, I struggle with telling people what I want to eat at a restaurant. Like, I just struggle. So I appreciate you all bearing with me.
Please, I'm so sorry. Please, that was hilarious. I'm just trying to figure out, how do you get attacked through a phone? Can someone tell me how you can get attacked through a phone? I just want to know. I just want to know.
I'm not sure. I don't know if I said the word.
That's a really serious question, though.
I don't know. I don't know if you're
I'm
asking me.
so
I don't know if I
serious.
said it, but I'm just gonna I don't know. I'll exit because I feel awkward.
Okay, Amber. Well, you have a good evening. We appreciate you coming by and sharing. You did a
I
really
came.
great job of
Wait,
explaining.
wait. I came up to ask Amber a question. I don't know the protocol.
Digital!
Hey.
What's up,
I
digital
didn't want
sister?
to jump in. Hey, you. Hey, y'all. I didn't want to be rude, but I did want to ask Amber a couple of questions. Amber, I don't want you to drop yet if you allow me to have a conversation with you, if that's okay. And
As
if you
long as
hear,
you all are cool with struggling through this with me.
I am one of those people that are actually cool with that. Did you know that?
I did not, but I appreciate you if you are.
Okay. So you're going to hear some humming. It's my computer. It's not me doing anything other than the computer humming. The hard drive is probably about to die. So the thing that I think was last said to you is that, in my opinion, white tea people see monetary oppression as equal to race oppression. And I think sometimes that disconnect is really difficult to unwind. Am I right about the way you see it, or am I wrong about the way you see it? Because someone asked you that question, and I don't think you quite answered it.
Yeah. Well, really, I can't say this is true for everybody, but I can say for me, it was really hard because I grew up not. Oh lordy. Oh. Shh.
Let's go!
The goals were achieved. Okay, go ahead, Amber.
I'm sorry. What did you ask? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I remember. So I can't say for everybody. So I can't say that anything I said was helpful for Bill. But for me, it was hard because whenever I grew up, I didn't really I learned about slavery and the civil rights. And I learned about all that stuff. Well, when I was older, but when I was a kid, I feel like when I was a kid, it was significant when I was growing up because I didn't know. I would just approach people, anybody. It didn't matter what they looked like, and I feel like that could I feel like there's a word for what I'm trying to say there, but I can't think of what it is. But it's like, if you hurt somebody and you just act like everything's fine, that's hurtful. And you hurt people doing that. Okay, I'm getting sidetracked. Anyways, it was hard for me. It took me a while to understand, to get that, to get over that. Or I don't even know if it was that. I think it was more, I feel like, when my mom raised me colorblind, that was really, I feel like that made it hard for me. Because I didn't really understand. Like, I felt like, it was over. I didn't know that, a lot of this, of course, when I got older, as I become an adult, I realized that it wasn't over. But in school, you're taught it's over. And I didn't like, my mom didn't talk to me about it. So I feel like
I'll try one more time because I'm watching you struggle. My mom did something similar to me, but I want to try my best to understand where you are landing. Like this concept of the society is colorblind and we've gotten over it and everyone's being treated fairly is where you want to be, right? It's the way you want America to be, correct?
Well, that would be nice. I don't know that. I mean, if it was a perfect world.
But we're not there, right?
Yeah, no.
So the colorblind thing, right, which drives me crazy because it's a very ableist and also racist thing to say. But the colorblind thing is like, hey, you're supposed to not notice that someone is going through an experience that's different because they're Black or their skin color is an impact on it, correct?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like there's two sides. Like there's all kinds of things wrong with that. But one part of it that I don't feel like is talked about, and I don't know if I said it very well, is when you're raised colorblind, you go around hurting people even though you don't mean to. But you do because you don't know.
Absolutely. Okay, so I'm gonna try one more thing.
Amber, sorry, I need to ask.
Oh,
I have
you're the
questions.
host. You're the host. So I'm gonna
I
be
have
quiet.
questions. All right, so Amber, do you understand why people choose not to see color? Like what the actual reason is?
I know why my mom did. I don't know if it's the same for everybody else. I feel like everybody says the same thing. I mean, while I understand why my mom did, I don't agree with what she did, and I feel like she caused a lot of problems by doing it.
All right, what would you say is the reason? Well, your mom's reason.
My mom's reason was because she actually told me this. I actually didn't know that my grandparents didn't like Black people until my mom told me this, but I can't remember how it came up, but she said that she tried to raise us to see everybody as the same. And I mean, she didn't use the word colorblind. I feel like that didn't, I don't think that existed back then, but she did try to intentionally not raise us like my grandparents raised her or tried to raise her.
Okay, so the real reason why this happens is because it's part of our culture to find discomfort with race and racism, right? And so what happens is that when generally, especially with white people, when they think of racism, they think of the overt racism. So they think of like the Triple K, for example, and burning crosses and things like that, and just feeling, and that makes them very, very uncomfortable, right? And so when people practice colorblind racism, which is what it is, it's really just a way of shutting down any conversation to be had about race, and then it's also denying the fact that racism exists just at a larger scale, right? And so it's like it's the same thing that if I were to say Black Lives Matter and somebody were to respond all lives matter, it's the same thing. And but the problem with that, and I'm sure you know, and I know you started to touch on it, is that people that are taught to not see color, they actually end up harming the Black community more because they're just unaware of what is racism. They don't know about microaggressions, and they're actually more likely to use those microaggressions and not realize it. So, like that's actually the real reason why people choose not to see colors, because it's about their own comfort rather than anything else. It's because they feel uncomfortable having the conversation or acknowledging that racism is still existing, and also acknowledging that it's something that they just don't experience. Does that make sense to you?
No, it does make sense. And I agree. I also I just I just wanted to make sure that Bill understood the importance of education. I think my mom wanted to do something different. She didn't know how, and she probably was uncomfortable. But that's why we should all be learning everything we can, and we shouldn't be hiding anything, because educating on what is happening, that's the very first step. And if you don't know, you just go around hurting people even though you don't want to. You may really love all of everybody, but if you don't know things, you're going to hurt people.
That is facts. Yeah, I think with education as well, it's also important that we think about our own experiences and actually relate what we're learning and try to apply them, and so that it makes sense to us. And I say us as well because I have a very different upbringing than a lot of Black people. So even I had my own work to do. And that took a really long time for me to get there. So I do understand having to take the steps to really deconstruct.
So,
It is hard.
so
Sorry.
Amber, do you understand? I'm sorry. I just want to follow up, but if you can't hear me, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I just muted so that I can.
I'm sorry. Michael Benson, would you please come up? You got 249 people. Please come up. I would love to have a conversation. Dang, we got too many friendlies up here. We got too many. We need some
There's no
opposition. We got too many friendlies.
Hey, I'll drop for an hour, okay? We'll see y'all later. Thank you for letting me up, so mainly Digital Sister. So good to see you, Silver, Rexy, my peoples. Love y'all, Zenarchy. I guess I love you too. Bye.
Love you too.
Oh, you guess you. See, you're lucky. Hold on, real quick. You're lucky. You are lucky that I am not a full mod. Okay, you're lucky I'm not a full mod, because I would have dropped you just because you said guess you love me. It's crazy.
Scary. Just before Michael goes, can I just talk to Amber one more second before Michael goes?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Oh, hang on a second. Silver, can I drop you?
Absolutely. I was trying to ask you.
Okay, I apologize.
Wait. Hold on. I'm about to get in the spot where Silver's at. Hold on.
Michael, can you mute? Because I'm trying to still talk to Amber. Amber, the thing that I'm hoping, if nothing else landed in this conversation, is the thing that we operate from versus what others operate from. This concept that you get to be an individual and you're not connected to your group and all the space in between, which is what I think the whole colorblind is about. It means that you've removed the groups. You get to solidify that there are no groups that matter and there's no caste. And that's how colorblind works. And what I was trying to have a conversation about, which I think you're closer to, is that the only thing whitey people care about in the quote unquote caste is money. But I have to constantly ask them, and I'm going to ask you, does money remove the racism that we experience?
I'm kind of feeling like maybe I'm not coming up. Like, I don't know if I'm talking to where what I'm trying to say is making sense. Like, I don't think me being poor does not make me, it doesn't, it's not even close to being in the same stratosphere. And I don't think it applies, it's not for anybody that looks like me. And I'm like, I understand that it's a struggle, and I know that a lot of people that look like me are really hard to reach. I feel like Bill was really trying, and I really just wanted to emphasize on how education is important, and how I feel like my mom's lack of education, well, I mean, I feel like her lack of knowing what to do it. She just knew she wanted to do different than her parents, and she didn't know beyond that. So I feel like she did the best she could, but that's where she should have talked to somebody, or I don't know, looked somewhere. She should have sought out something somewhere, but she didn't. And oh my gosh, I'm sorry. It probably was because she was uncomfortable. But I just, I don't know. I just feel like the education part of it is really important. And when people are like, what can I do? And people are like, educate yourself. I feel like sometimes, oh, hold on, sorry.
I think I'm hearing you. I want you to come back to the person in the chat that thinks that we did not have rebellions to free ourselves from the moment we were taken to the moment that 1865 happened. You are telling a flat out lie. Either go do your own history or don't come in here with that lie. That is not true. We consistently fought for our freedom. Amber, I know you had a pop.
Oh, sorry. They hear someone outside.
Okay, go ahead, Michael. I'm done.
Can we get your name, your age, your race, and your pronouns, please?
Yeah. I'm Mike. I'm 41, and I'm him.
And your race?
Well, white.
Awesome. What brings you up on the panel today? I did say I wanted to have a conversation with you, but what brings you up on the panel today, other than me wanting to have a conversation with you?
Well, no, I mean, what brought me on the panel was that I looked at it, and I just think first of all, it's not a white supremacist country. It's not anymore. I'm not going to sit here and say that it wasn't back in the day. It was. That's obvious. But there's not a person that I've known in my entire family who has ever been racist. It goes back to my great-grandmother, my great-grandfather. Nobody has been racist. Nobody. Not one person.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. The silver, thank you for that. When did it go away, and how is it not a white supremacist country?
Well, I mean, there's absolutely zero rights that I have, and zero privileges that I have that you know.
Ooh, okay. So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you. Actually, I'm gonna ask you 3 questions, right? Has in the history of the United States, right? Of the inception of the United States, has there ever been, right, Has there ever been a time in history where white men had their bodies legislated against?
There's not a time right now that black women have their bodies legislated against.
Yes, it has been. There
In
has
what
been
way?
a time
In what way?
I'm not. You're not about to pivot to another question. I'm asking you a direct question. Has there ever been a time where white men had their bodies legislated against besides the draft?
Sure. We can't take the life of anybody else.
You said, and that's a legislation against your body. How is that a legislation against your body? Isn't that something that's supposed to be morally, like something that's morally sound?
It's life, liberty, and property. Correct.
You mean life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which is in the Constitution?
And property.
Okay.
It's
So,
property as well.
okay, so when have white men ever been considered property by the state? That was my second question.
When have you?
When have I been considered property of the state? When I was in foster care, and before that, I'm literally considered property of the state, not only simply because I have a social security number, but because I am a black person, and black and according to the Black's Law Dictionary is unalive in the eyes of the law.
Well,
Meaning
I
that I
assume
am
that
still property.
in that reference, so am I, because I pay taxes, and I'm obligated to do everything that the state says.
You paying money is not the same thing.
Sure, it is.
No, it's not. I don't know why y'all keep
hold on,
doing
Digital.
that.
Hold on, Digital.
So you're talking about being in. You're talking about being in foster care.
I got you, my friend.
You're talking about being in foster care, and yes, you were the state of you were the property of the state at that point, but that was because your parents didn't take care of you.
That's not why.
That's exactly
That's not why. I'm gonna tell you exactly why.
then-
I'm gonna
then-
tell you exactly. You know what? Matter of fact, Melanated, you mind giving me full mod privileges? Because I can't do the over talking. I'm literally just trying to kind of have a conversation. I'm trying to be cordial. It would be great if I could get that. So the reason why I was in foster care, the reason why I got put in foster care is because of my stepmother. My stepmother, who is a YT woman, abused me until she and convinced my father to put me in foster care because she didn't like the fact that I was a full black child. And she has biracial children. Her own biracial children do not like her simply because of what she did to me. So, yeah, I need you to understand, right? Just because you are a YT man who may not be on the class a part of the class whatever the heck, the classical hierarchy, however you say it, just because you're not Elon Musk does not mean you understand what racism is or that it affects you, because it was never made for you to be affected. Now, my last question for you, because you have yet to answer any other questions. Why do you want to understand, why do you want to conflate the fact that you do not have monetary funds as the same way of you being oppressed racially?
Who said that I don't have monetary funds?
Do you have $1 billion in your bank account sitting in there right now?
I don't think you need $1 billion to have monetary funds. Now,
Oh God, Michael, you're just not helpable, huh? You don't want.
I'd love to backtrack a little bit because you basically
you
said
have,
I
choose
told
the
you.
path.
All right,
Do you have?
Who's talking over now?
Michael, stop.
Who's talking over?
Do you have $1 billion in your funds right now?
No.
Okay. Do you have you ever had to worry about you being unalived by the police simply because you are a black person? Have you ever had to worry about that?
No, I've had to
Okay.
be.
Have you ever?
Whoa. So we're talking over. You asked me a question. Can I speak? See, this is the incredible thing about lives, is that people who have an agenda, they want to drop somebody But the only reason that they want to drop him is because they don't want to hear an actual answer. Now,
That's
I can
not
give you an
what's
actual answer.
happening.
Have I
I'm
had
not gonna
guns
drop
pulled
you.
on me? Have I had
I'm
guns
not.
pulled on me?
You gotta say
Have
pew
I
pew.
had guns pulled on me?
You have
Yes,
to say pew
absolutely.
pew.
Pew.
Yes, I have. And so have I ever worried about being
Pew. You
unalived by
can't even
police?
respect the live. Pew pew.
Who?
Say pew pew, not the G word.
Okay, all right. So have I ever had pew pews pulled on me? Yes, more than once. Absolutely, I have. And have I been afraid for my life? Absolutely, I have. So it's not just a you thing.
By
That's the problem.
police, by your friends, by who?
No, by the popo, by the police.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You must have been
Listen
doing
to what's
something
clear.
bad.
No, I
What's
was.
happening?
I'm not lying about it.
I think that's the difference. There lies the difference, right?
No, it doesn't, because there's a lot of times that
Alive.
there's a lot of times that
Are alive.
what
Let them pull
there is
out
a lot
and
of
you
times
are alive.
there's a
Speaking.
lot of times
One more
that
time.
What she
You
said, Michael.
are alive.
I am, yes, and there's many
That
people
is
who
the
aren't.
difference.
There's a lot of people who aren't. And
And they're not
Saying-
white tea who
go
aren't.
go look it up.
Okay,
There's
sir,
multiple.
sir,
There's people with
have
mental
the numbers
disabilities
if you
who
need
are
them.
white.
I
There's
don't know
people.
what's happening. I have the numbers. I can prove to you the numbers.
Give me the numbers, please.
I can prove the numbers.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No,
So can we back up real quick?
Telling me no.
because you can't.
How can you tell me no?
Because you can't prove the numbers. Because I can tell you proportionally,
Okay.
proportionally for crimes committed.
Michael, you are
What
so
is
disrespectful.
happening?
You need to like.
No, you're saying I'm disrespectful because I'm stating facts.
Hold up. There is nobody here who is not going to let you have a conversation, but you have to stop over talking people. You have to stop interrupting people and act as if you had some home training.
Why did they
And
interrupt
have
me?
some self-control.
Why did they interrupt me?
Because you're struggling to answer the questions that are being asked to you. And also you just called someone on this live a liar. So of course they're going to interrupt you.
They called me a liar?
And you have no idea what their background is or what they know or what they don't know.
Correct,
So
and they don't
I'm
have
gonna
any
ask
idea
you,
what mine is.
I'm gonna ask you to exercise some self-control. Okay?
But what you're saying,
You hear what I said. I asked you, I
wow,
said I'm
see,
gonna ask you to
see,
exercise some self-control. Is that something you're capable of?
can you let me speak for a second?
I'm not muting you. Are you capable of
somebody's
exercising some self-control?
Somebody, yeah, but
Okay,
can you let
so
me
go
speak?
on mute while other people are speaking and come off when they're finished talking.
Okay, so can I say this? That nobody has let me
No,
actually finish a
no, not
nobody
right
has
now.
actually let me
Not right
finish a
now
question.
because you started off interrupting people
No,
from
I
the
didn't.
beginning. Yes, you did. From
You're
the
interrupting me
beginning.
right now.
I'm interrupting you
It's
right
because you
now.
don't want to hear
Yes.
what I have to say.
I
It's
don't
unbelievable.
look,
It's
dude.
unbelievable.
You're not that your thoughts aren't that dangerous or original that anybody has to worry about being afraid of what you have to say. But you have been interrupting ever since you came up here. You came up off mute. And then when people started talking and asking you things, you were off mute. And then you started interrupting them. And if you cannot control yourself, there's no conversation to be had. So grow up, grow a pair, and listen. Sorry.
Really quick.
Sorry.
Really quick. Hold on, real quick, because I actually do want to get into those. I do want to get into the numbers. So before we do, I choose the other path. Can we get your name, your age, your race, and your pronouns, please?
Sure. Rich, born in the 70s, palm colored, and what was the last? Oh, he, him.
Awesome. Freedom, can we get your name, your age, your race, and your pronouns, please?
And let everybody know, please tap the screen, get 50K, tap, 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 and that's it.
I love you so much. Prime Rib, can we get your name, your age, your race, and your pronouns, please?
I'm Rib 38, he, him.
And your race?
White.
Awesome. Digital, go ahead and give those numbers.
So that we're on the same page, what Michael is speaking to. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. He is basically talking about pews by police to white people. Correct, Michael? Because I want to make sure I'm pulling up the right stats so you don't play games with me.
I'm talking about proportion.
You're not see that? If you're going to attempt right now, before I even pull the numbers up, per capita, you are going to lose this debate. So I know my other person below me is going to attempt to help you, but if you think that you're about to have a per capita conversation with me, you're about to lose.
All right. So what I mean is, by violent crimes or somebody else having a pew, that there is no debate.
There is. I can
Wait,
bring up.
hold on.
Hold on. This is. I'm
Wait,
sorry.
wait,
I'm sorry.
hold on, Digital,
I'm
real
trying
quick.
to be specific about
so-
what he's trying to speak to, and he keeps changing the numbers and what.
Yeah.
the
So
data.
Michael, are you? Okay. So let's back up for a second, real quick. You also admitted that the reason why you had pews drawn on you was because you did do something wrong. So it had nothing to do with you being white. It had everything to do with the fact that you were clearly breaking the law.
Yes, and I
Okay.
think that
So
I think that
I didn't ask a question. The
Okay.
yes was all we needed for that.
Well,
And
no,
then
I
now
mean,
you're
but
saying,
why
well, wait,
do you not let me
it doesn't
explain?
matter. If you were breaking the law and you had guns drawn on you, that's not the topic that we're talking about. Right? So you didn't have guns drawn on you because you were white. You didn't have guns drawn on you because you were white. You had guns drawn on you because you were.
What statistic says?
I'm not talking about statistics yet. I'm talking about you. You did not have pews drawn on you because you were white. You had pews drawn on you because you were breaking the law.
Well,
Okay,
actually,
so
one of them.
okay, now you're going to change it. You just agreed that you were breaking the law, and that's why pews were drawn on you.
One of them was a urination.
Yes, of course. Now one of them was something different.
One of them was a urination in public.
Okay, were you breaking the law?
That was breaking the law.
Yes.
Okay.
Do we?
Yeah.
Do we?
Okay.
do
Great.
we- Can we
So
all agree
great.
that
So
that
it wasn't
doesn't-
because
that doesn't
breaking the
great.
law.
It wasn't because you were white. It was because you were breaking the law.
And
Okay.
and so
That-
can we say which
all
statistic?
Michael,
which
you keep
statistic-
trying to jump to something. I didn't say anything about statistics. I wanted to make sure that everybody understood that you slipped that in there. That's
Yeah,
what I
and
want to make sure
wanna
that everybody understands.
See, you
that
interrupt
that at
every
no
single
point
time I try
that,
to talk.
no,
You interrupt
because
but you blame me.
I don't
You blame
care
me
what the
for
next thing was
interrupting.
that you were about to say.
No, it's unbelievable. You blame me for interrupting, but every single time I
I'm
try
not blaming
to
you
speak,
for interrupting me. I'm
You're-
blaming
you're
you for
interrupting
going
me right
on
now.
when all I asked you was a yes or no question. You said yes, then you tried to change it to something else. The answer is yes. You were breaking the law, and that is why you had pews drawn on you. End of that. There's no need to go on any further with that. I don't have any stats about you
Black
getting
people
gun
have
pews drawn on you.
them just because they're black, not because they're breaking the law.
Where's the
That
stat?
is different.
Where's the stat?
That okay, so Michael, I'm gonna need you to stop. I'm gonna need you to stop because what you've asked for in several different ways is several different types of stats. Okay? So you just asked while Digital was while she was trying to make sure, as she was about to pull up stats, to clarify with you which stats it was she was pulling up. And then you switched it to being, accosted by police because of a violent crime. That isn't what Digital was talking about. And that is not what you were talking about originally. Because what we were talking about is police brutality on black people for simply just being black. Not for committing crimes of any kind. And you were kept changing your goalpost.
You can't
So what I
have a
want to make
stat
sure,
for that.
so what I want to make, yes, you can.
Okay, then then tell it, please.
So you keep saying, okay, but Michael, you keep saying there isn't a stat for that, but then you keep changing what that is. So what I want to make sure, because for some reason you refuse to just answer the question, are you asking about police brutality, aggression, etc., on people who were not committing a crime? Is that what you're asking for? Or are you asking for the number of times police pull pew-pews on people when they're committing a crime?
It's
No one muted you that time, so
I don't know why it's getting muted though.
yeah,
But
you weren't muted that time. I'm taking care of some business right now, so I mean I'm up here, but no one muted you. I don't think nobody muted you. But
somebody did.
At this point, yeah, I don't think it was. But at this point, my melanated sisters that are up here, it is now time for us to let those who are doing the anti-racist work to take up that work and show what it is about. After Digital gives the stats that he's looking for, yes, I understand, Freedom. Yeah, Prime. Just give us a second. I know I know that we don't like to center people sometimes, but sometimes centering is a good thing because we can use them as examples. But go ahead, Digital. Get them stats. But answer Rexy's question so that Digital knows where she needs to look at.
okay. So first of all, somebody who said that I was muting myself is absolutely ridiculous. But anyways, the stat I want is the one that says that people with no pew-pews or violent crime investigations were schmurdered. And I want to see that stat. That's the one that we're talking about. That's the one we've been talking about the entire time.
And you're talking about by the police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I just have one question. When there's an incident, they don't often know before they pull out their pew-pews what the person's history was. So for instance, Tamir Rice, they didn't run his sheet before they pulled out the pew-pews. So I don't think that's relevant. You know what I mean?
Well, no, I mean it is because, like I said, with the urination in public,
I think you're asking for two
Tamir
separate
Rice was
urination
a
in
child.
public doesn't.
I think you're asking for two separate
Tamir Rice,
questions.
no, wait, hold on, wait. Tamir Rice was a child. That happened in the state that I'm living. Tamir Rice was a freaking child. He was 12.
Yep.
What background would he have? What?
That was my point. That's my point. It's like, because most of the times when these things are happening, it isn't because the police have run the person's sheet and they've determined that they're dangerous, et cetera, et cetera. It took, like, what was it, 15 seconds with him? He was playing with a toy pew-pew.
He was,
and
it was 22 seconds.
22
It was
seconds.
22 seconds.
22 seconds from the police encountering him to them unaliving him. So
Right.
they weren't looking to see if he was dangerous or not. And in most of these cases, that is what's not happening.
Right,
So it's irrelevant. So for instance, people wanted to make a thing about George Floyd's criminal background. It was irrelevant because they weren't acting based on the knowledge of his criminal background. Do you see what I'm
Right.
saying?
No, no. Actually, the police officer who did that actually knew Floyd.
Yes, but that wasn't what they were not acting based on his criminal background.
What is
Because would you
If
do you
they knew
imagine?
him and
Because
they knew him,
do you think that maybe what he did was a massive overreaction to whatever he knew?
well, yeah, but he had
Okay, so that's why I'm saying to you,
he had previously pulled a gun and pointed it at a woman's pregnant
use
belly.
TikTok friendly language.
No.
Or, I'm sorry, pew pew, and put
And
it
that's
to a
not
pregnant.
true. You're
That is
still
absolutely
not telling
true.
the truth.
I looked it
Michael,
up.
Keep George
Michael,
Floyd's
Go
name
look
out
at
of
his
his
want to
mouth.
tell
criminal
the
record.
truth on
It's
that?
free
You
for
bring
public.
it up.
It's
You
free
bring
for
it
public.
up.
You look it up.
You
show
bring it
you
up
prove it.
because that's not true. And I'm sorry. I'm about to bring my part up, but I do see I chose this has something there. I have mine, so I don't know which one y'all want to do first.
Go
Michael,
ahead and
you
do
bring yours
yours
up
first.
as backup.
Yeah, go ahead and do yours first. Go ahead and do yours first, and then I feel like I know who I choose the other path is. I just can't put my finger on it. But yeah. Go ahead, Digital. I'm gonna put you in a big box.
Hey, Blazer, it's Witchy. Witchy.
Ow! Ow! Well, the only witchy I know is Witch King Doll. And yeah, that's the only one that I'm ever gonna say witchy. But yes, hi.
I just here I am. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sense. I want Michael to come up with the contrast. Young Black and Latino males between the ages of 14 to 24 account for only 5% of the city's population in New York. This is New York, compared to 38% of reported stops. Young Black and Latino males were innocent 80% of the time. The stops, those frisks are only supposed to be conducted when an officer reasonably suspects the person has a weapon that poses a threat to the officer's safety. 66% of those reported stops led to frisks, of which 93% resulted in no weapon found. So I want to make sure we're on the pew pew thing because he keeps changing it. Did y'all hear me on that one though? I just want to make sure.
Yep.
Okay, so where did you get that from? What's the reference? What's the reference?
Is that you don't know this? I remember reading about it in the New York Times myself, just on from what I remember. But Digital Sister, I'm sure she's got another source too. What the hell, dude? Did you not do your homework before you came up here?
Hey, Blaze.
No, I did. I can name multiple references, but I want to know what your reference is because first of all, if
you bring your reference
wait.
Hold on, y'all.
after what I said. Counter my reference.
you didn't
I choose had a
didn't
phone
read.
call.
All
Hold
right,
on,
so
Michael.
13%.
Michael. Hold on. I choose had a phone call. I was just letting y'all know.
Prime Rib, I choose had a phone call, and then Prime Rib had a question. Now, Prime Rib, was that question toward the panel or just specifically to me?
The panel.
Okay, go ahead.
It's 3 sentences. So, LeBron James has donated millions to his I Promise school in Akron, Ohio over the past 4 years, in addition to government funding. Students and parents are given full wraparound out-of-school services. The entire organization is run by Black people, yet there is only a 9% proficiency rate. Why?
You're talking about school? Wow.
Hold on. You're okay. So even though, right, LeBron James did fund the school, he built the school and all that stuff, right? Do you understand that even with all the funding and all of the with all the funding that they have, he still has a disadvantage of making that literacy rate go up because he is a Black man? At 9%, yes. Yes.
That's where you're putting yourself right now. That the black
Hold on.
community is
Hold
only
hold
good
on.
enough at
Hold on.
9%.
Prime rib. I'm trying to I'm trying to get you to understand something,
I'm
right?
trying to
So
like, how do we solve the problem? That's what I want
I
to do.
can
What do you
I
need
It's
to
not
be
existing
better?
crack.
Every MLK
hello,
Boulevard in America is a crime-ridden cesspool.
hello.
I'm not. I
It would
cannot
be
mod here,
nice.
but did you hear what he just said?
I heard what he said. And I'm a break that down. So prime whip. I'm gonna tell you.
Do you live off MLK Boulevard?
Hello.
Do you
Are
live
you
off MLK
kidding?
Boulevard?
Calm down.
Are you kidding?
Do you live off MLK Boulevard?
Yes.
Hello.
Are you kidding?
Hello. Am I going to be able to finish? Yeah. Okay. Cool. So the reason why that is because when you have a school funded by black people, the only resources that are available to them are the ones that that they're able to afford, right? And not only that, we can see even if he were to have the highest of the technology to be able, or the most up to date books that he could use for the school that he has, there are plenty of people who do not want to engage with these kids to help them learn. There's that, right? This is not just in his school. It's also in all schools that are public. Like, so I'm just trying to figure out,
So no matter how much
what
money
does this have to do?
put
What
in,
does that have to do with disproportionate rates of black
I'm
people
switching
being
the subject.
unalive?
It's a totally different subject.
What does
But
that?
here's the
What
thing.
what
Sorry.
does that have to do with what? No, but what does that have to do with black people being disproportionately
Your
unalive
denial of
by
what's
the
going
hands of the
on
cops?
perpetuates your demise.
Okay.
What?
What?
Hold on.
49%.
Your denial of
Wait a
what's
minute,
going
hold on.
on is the
Prime
reason
Rib,
why you are the
Prime
way
Rib,
you are.
What is
Prime Rib.
happening?
Hold on, digital. So Prime Rib, your denial of what your YT students doing are the reason why your YT students are pulling up schools.
If you
Because
look at
wait a minute, hold on. They let you
if
speak.
you look at all the
Hold on,
CEOs, they're not white.
hold on. They let you speak.
Down.
So when you were speaking, you forgot that the reading levels for YT private schools fall on those same levels. You forgot, you didn't realize there was a teacher sitting up on here along with the rest of the panel. So when you came up here with those stats, I know those stats, but I also know the stats for private schools, and they're just as bad. And the predominantly
You should be fired too.
Oh, hey,
You should be
hey,
fired
still
too.
talking. Catch a bubble,
Don't
little white
care. I
man.
don't
Catch a
care.
bubble. Catch a bubble. Catch a bubble. Catch a bubble. Because you came in here and thought you had a got you moment, but you came up here to be a racist and didn't realize there was a teacher up here. The private schools are having the same issues that are predominantly YT. What's y'all problem? How y'all gonna fix that solution? I'm just wondering. How you gonna fix your people?
Well, we should
No. I'm not asking about black people. I'm asking your people. Your people. How you gonna fix your people for YT kids? What you gonna do?
All right, so
black on black shooting every day.
let's go
No.
on.
No. You still talking about black folks crime.
There's a black on black shooting every day.
Nope.
I mean,
There's
what are you
more
talking
YT
about?
people committing crimes. There's only one
There's
category.
more white
There's
people,
only one category that
obviously.
YT people beat us out
6%.
in. Only one when it comes to arrest. So I don't know what you and Michael been reading, but I tutor $75 an hour. But for y'all, 150
You ain't
since y'all
worth
want to be
$7.
ignorant. Since you want to be ignorant.
13% of the
Nope.
population.
More like
One
six.
category,
You had
Michael.
your turn,
One
Michael.
More like
category.
6% because it's
Matter of
the
fact, for both of y'all, since y'all can't read that 1350 that you're counting,
It
it's
is.
for
It's not the
hello,
truth.
13%.
hello,
It's
Michael,
not
catch a
the
bubble.
truth.
That is for unalivement, and that's the only category. And what you're reading is only 428 people difference between YT people and black people. So I don't know what you read, but if that's the only category, the rest of the categories y'all have caught up to black people in. So now what? And it's only on arrest, not convictions. That's what I thought. I'll go on mute.
Can I just also say, Blaze, can I prime rib, 49% of Americans, like grown-ups, do not read above a 6th grade level.
I know that. You
Or
can go look at American
somebody
Report
check my
Card.
numbers on that. Somebody check my. So that would suggest that there's a far larger problem than LeBron James' school.
You're moving the goalpost.
No, I'm not. The
Yeah, you are.
goalpost is education. You're the question you asked was like, well, why aren't these kids performing better? They do not live in a vacuum. They're not their school does
If
not
LeBron can't
exist
help them, who can?
in a vacuum.
But
And if we can
Princess, hold
admit
on,
that
Princess. This is what he's forgetting. Most of those predominantly YT institutions are religious based. They're not stats based and statistics based when it comes to
Right.
education. Oh, so that's why your YT children are failing. But you didn't realize that. So you came up here and thought you had a got you moment. So I asked the question again. What are you going to do to help your YT students that
hello.
can't read? Silence. That's what I thought.
Yeah, those are all the black scholars. I've worked in technology for 30
No,
years.
no, no. That
It
we
does
there's a
Black
question
people.
on the
what
table,
you
Prime
Who?
Rib.
in.
Cowgirl
Black
asked you
people.
something. Cowgirl
Who?
asked you something.
Do
30
not
years in
deflect the
technology.
question.
2 competent black
Cow,
people.
Cowgirl
One more
asked
time.
you a
One more
question.
time. One more time. I started coding at 10. You do not have the answer over this.
You don't
There's
code
white
nothing.
papers out there with my
You don't code
fucking
nothing.
name on it.
You don't code
Stop
nothing.
playing in our
You
faces.
don't code
Now
nothing.
Stop.
answer her
And unless
question.
and do not be calling people liars.
I'm gonna try this
You're all,
again,
you're,
and I'm
you're all
Disrespectful.
intellectually
But my
dishonest.
white
hold on. I'm gonna ask you again. I'm gonna ask you at the kindergarten level, Michael, and I'm gonna talk to you like I talk to my kindergartners. There's a problem in the YT community with their reading levels. What are you going to do to help?
Deflection. You can't
No,
fix your own
no.
community.
You came up here with a deflection,
Who
so I'm
who
doing the same
is
thing.
who is your
I'm
role model in the
asking.
black community?
I'm asking
Some
you a question.
gangbanger?
Yelling. You're yelling, sir. I'm a college graduate. Are you okay?
Racist.
I was
What?
raised in the
Hold on, hold
suburbs.
on. What's
Do
your
we all
I
next
live
was
in
word?
raised in the
America right now?
suburbs.
Are we all
What's
living
your
in
word?
I was
America right
raised
now?
in the suburbs. Was raised
Michael,
in the
You were raised in
suburbs.
the suburbs.
mute
You
up.
live around all the
In a
white
trailer
people.
park.
came
Suburbs,
up
so
and
what?
Okay,
said
all right.
gangbanger.
Just like
Pause.
Patrice
Time
Cullors and
out.
BLM
Time
and
out.
Denzel
Because
Time
you
out.
Washington.
came up
Time
and
out.
said
Time out.
gangbanger.
Time out. Time out. Time out. Time out.
Mass
Time out. Time out.
shooters
Time out.
are gangbangers to me.
Time
We're all
out.
talking about
Time out.
racism, but
Time
it's
out.
YT
Time
mass shooters
out.
are gangbangers to me.
Time
Time
out.
out. Time out. Time out. Time out. Michael, go on mute for me, please.
All right.
say something because this is it's not fair.
I'm literally trying to get control of the panel so that melanated panel does not get taken down because of over talking. It would be nice if we can get you guys to tap to 45K. That would be awesome. If you can't tap, you can type. If you can type, you can tap. If you could also help Melanated get to her goal of 20 finger hearts, that would be great. We need y'all to get the engagement up. I know this is entertaining for some people. Maybe it might even be frustrating for other people. But we are trying to keep this live going. There is a lot of education that is going on, even though there are people who are trying to bring in other things. I just need y'all to help with this goal going up. I need y'all to tap the screen. If y'all don't get to 45K within the next 10 minutes, the comments will go off. So wherever you're at 10 minutes from now is where the likes need to be at 45K. There's so much going on because I'm a little overwhelmed, overstimulated, and somebody knows
Can I just
why.
say something?
Just really quick, Michael. Aaron has yet to say anything. Yeah, because Aaron has yet to say anything, and he was up here before you. So we're gonna get to you
Okay,
as
that's
quick as
fine.
possible. Awesome. So Aaron, can I get your name, your age, your race, and your pronouns, please?
Sure. My name is Aaron. I'm 50. I'm white and I'm he.
Ready. And Cheryl, can we get your name, your age, your race, and your pronouns, please? Cheryl going once. Cheryl going twice. Cheryl going 3 times. Down to the comments, Cheryl. Michael, can we get your name, your age, your race, and your pronouns, please?
Yes. My name is Michael. I'm 32, and pronouns I don't follow. I'm sorry, but
What do you mean you don't follow pronouns?
I mean, people have their pronouns, but I'm gonna call you for what I see. I mean, that's what's in front of me.
Okay, do you know what? You got it. You got it.
I mean, here's the thing, man. We're gonna have white people. We're gonna have black people in America. We're gonna have all this stuff. Why in the world is all of this racist stuff going on? What?
Michael,
What's
gonna happen is I'm gonna call
and
you
Prime,
she.
y'all spoke over me. Both of you men spoke over me when I was speaking. You and Prime Rib. Y'all were rude. So if they want to go ahead and speak, that'll be fine. But I was actually talking and both of them spoke over me.
I didn't mean to speak over you. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna call you she.
Your bullying tactic doesn't work with me.
Michael, I'm calling you she as we continue this conversation. So, Cowgirl, do you want to finish your stats or do you want me to give my stats?
Can I ask one more question?
So there he go again. You don't do you need to go back to catching the bubbles, Prime Rib? Lord, you have no self-control.
I'm here. I'm here, girl. Call me
Please don't
she.
call me
Call me
girl.
her.
Don't call me girl.
Well, see, that's the thing. People
Ain't
try.
no fine. Ain't nobody no
They
fine. I'm not a girl.
hold
I'm a
these
woman.
bases and these
Oh my
arguments
God.
and stuff
Somebody
that mean
mean that.
nothing.
Somebody-
They mean these arguments mean nothing.
Sir,
I'm gonna get.
Sir, thank you. Lord have mercy. These emotional men. What is it tonight? A full moon? And
No,
Prime
it's
Rib
women
still is not
thinking-
and neither one of y'all are on mute. Neither one of y'all. Thank you. Now, as I was stating, you came up here, Prime Rib, with the stat for one school and didn't look at the U.S. as a whole, not realizing that when they look at those stats, they take it across the states, the U.S., not realizing that there was an educator on here too. The fact that you are rooted and then assume that I had was from the hood per se, and my role model was something else, speaks to the fact that you are microaggressive and that you have no problems being racist when you're called to the forefront and your facts are not facting.
No, that's my point.
Hey,
You don't live around MLK Boulevard. You're a hypocrite.
Probably live down the street from an
This
MLK.
you don't know
Hold
the
on,
students.
wait.
Okay,
Hold on, wait,
no
Connor.
yelling again.
With
Hold
your-
on, wait, hold on, wait.
Talking.
Hold on, wait, hold on,
Everybody
wait.
stop over talking. I'm going to start dropping you guys. Michael and Prime Rib, if you continue to unmute when these women are speaking, I will drop you. And it is not a joke. Stop it.
Drop me. I'll leave. Who are you?
I just wanted to prove a point. I literally live right down the street from MLK Boulevard, and it's one of the most peaceful streets in the city that I live in. A lot of the reasons why they are ridden with crime is because a lot of those streets, they're low income streets.
Why?
Why are they that? Because the
He's
yeah.
deviating.
What the reason why they're like that is because they're set up that way.
Can I speak?
No, you didn't let me finish.
You have finished.
Who are you yelling
And
at?
who are you yelling? Calm your.
Where?
You have lost your mind, sir.
Would you start a business in a crime-ridden neighborhood?
First of all, the problem that you have is you fail to realize that most of the crime occurs in the neighborhoods that are not policed as much. Because
That
over
makes
policing,
sense. That makes sense.
hello, still talking.
That makes
And
sense.
you
Let's
still
give
are
money to
speaking over
police
me.
so they can
Are
patrol
you
areas that
okay?
don't have crime.
Are you okay?
Are you okay? You're a
Because
liar.
you keep talking over me.
Your fragility is showing.
All over this.
You disingenuous people.
Whatever.
The reason why you are the way
It won't matter.
you don't want to admit that you're. You are scum. And it's
So as I was stating before, the reason why the crime occurs in more whitey neighborhoods is because they're under police. Y'all might as well drop him because he's not gonna stop unmuting because he's having a meltdown right now. Now, as I was stating before, he's
I
so
was having
rudely
fun with the
interrupting
mute
me.
button. Why? I was having fun with the mute button.
The reason why crimes occur more in whitey neighborhoods is because they're under policed and because they don't suspect that they're going to happen there. Also, the reason why he brought up the fact that he thought that I had a gangbanger as a role model is because they assume that all black people are undereducated and are thugs. But yet he was the one sitting up in the live yelling and screaming at me because his fragility got thrown underneath the bus because he failed to realize that most private schools that have YT students have the same reading levels. If you're going to pull a stat, Make sure you know the stat. And you can call me whatever you want to call me, Buka Bukas. But my paycheck still roll in on the 15th and the 30th of each month. So you're not bothering me. And I didn't fail. I surpassed. And I serve in those districts that you complain about. And there are white tea people in those neighborhoods just as well. Because more white tea women collect welfare than black women. So I need you to get your stats together before you come up here and don't know what you're speaking on. Because I serve that public. I teach those children. You don't. Tell me what my job is. And I go back on Monday to do it.
Thanks.
Are you telling me? Wait a minute. Are you telling me that the school year is about to start again this early?
Yeah, it does. I'm at a 200-day school.
Oh.
You can worry about the students all you want to. Trust and believe they will learn and they will be well taken care of. I don't have to sit up here and be disrespected by somebody who pisses on his balls when he sits down.
So the problem is, though, can we be fair that one of the gentlemen was owning up to the fact that he committed a crime and that he was making a comparison to black people who don't commit crimes? That is what happened. As well as the person below who was attempting to basically say that any place that there's MLK is something that's quote unquote gang infested. But he didn't want to talk about mass shooters, which is what I was trying to talk about. There are distinct differences in this language that is purposeful, and I'm not here for it. And I have the stats, but it was clear I don't even need to have the freaking stats because all they're doing is using tropes. That's it. When I even gave the stats on stop and frisk, he didn't believe what I gave. He asked me for a source and still didn't, Michael, didn't even give a source that he wanted to contrast what I said. Either contrast what I'm saying with the sources that I have so we can have a conversation, or trust me, bro, stereotypes about black people is not going to work in this room. I'm done.
Okay. Who do we got?
Stereotypes are real, right?
Michael, you're going to have
Go
to
ahead.
wait your turn. You're going to need to mute and wait your turn. Aaron was up here. Aaron waited a very long time. He's actually stayed muted and been patient. And I hope that he's going to follow that behavior through in this conversation. I'm assuming that Melanated wants to get back to the background.
Okay, hold on. One second. I'm
Wait.
sorry. But listen,
Wait.
I don't know.
No, Michael, you're going to wait 1 second because I was speaking. I'm assuming Melanated would like us to all get back to the background. So, Aaron, what is it about this country that makes you, proud to live in it since it's a white supremacist country?
You keep it up, racism will
Not
never
Michael,
die.
Aaron, Aaron, we're talking to Aaron, not Michael.
And you got the fourth friend.
Sorry. So, first of all, I think it's probably best to be proud of the country that you live in, despite its imperfections, just like you might be proud of the family that you come from, despite all their imperfections. I know it's not a perfect country, and of course there's a lot of people in it that are racist, but, despite that, I love the country that I live in and that I was born and raised in. And I love all the people that live here, every color. Did I do something wrong here? I can't hear anything.
No, we were just waiting for you to be finished. So I got a question on Michael. So you're proud of the history of this country?
Not all of it. No, the government itself has done a lot of terrible things, like what happened in Waco and the Japanese prison camps during World War II. And
But who do you think did that? What particular color did that per se?
well, I'm probably, predominantly white people, I would say, are in charge of the most of the government, at least during that time during World War II.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not so much in recent years. There's plenty of colored people in
Whoa,
of all colors
what
in the
word did you
government
just say?
today.
I'm sorry. What word did you just
360
say?
called.
What did you just
Well,
say?
I use the word colored.
No,
I
we
use the
don't
word
use that
colored.
word.
Is that
We don't use
racist?
that word. Yes, we don't
Yes,
use that word.
Aaron.
Okay, then I won't. Then I won't use it again. It's fine. I'm
Thank
not
you.
trying to offend anybody.
Thank you. I thank you. Oh
Did
wow.
you? I'm sorry, but did you come out of your cave after being asleep since the 60s?
Yeah. Well, I don't know what you mean by that.
I mean that using that particular term is wrong, bad, and disrespectful, and has been for like 50 years.
Well, I just meant people of color. I didn't
But
really
that's not
mean
what you
color.
said.
I wasn't referring to. I get that. Well, I also apologize. I don't know what I can do or say. I meant people of colors. You know, because there's a whole rainbow of people that are not white. That's all I was referring to. I didn't mean black people specifically.
Okay, so I got another question for you. So, of all the things that have occurred in this country, that's what you have to be proud of. So I'm confused. So I, as a black person, I have nothing to be proud of because this country has never done anything for me that it didn't do out of necessity. But for you, everything was handed to you on a silver platter. So that's a correlation. It's confusing to me. Does that make sense to you?
I guess I don't have your perspective. I only have mine.
So would you trade places
So,
with
you
me?
know,
Would you trade places with me? Would you want to be black and a
I
woman?
wouldn't trade places. I wouldn't want to be a woman,
Would you want to be black and a woman is what I asked
but
you.
I wouldn't want to be a woman. Black would be fine, but not a woman. No, I wouldn't want to be a woman.
That's not what I asked you though. I asked you would you want to be black and a woman. And I didn't get a free education ALR. I paid for mine. But go ahead.
No, I would not want to be a black woman. If that's what you're asking me.
Okay, why wouldn't you want to be a black woman?
I don't know. I think it would. I'm not really. You know. I like being a man. I'm probably more of a misogynist than a racist in your eyes.
No, it's a reason why specifically.
We're not even gonna go. We're not even gonna go to misogyny because if we're gonna go to misogyny, I will break down every single thing that you could say about being. Let's not do that. We're not gonna go to misogyny. We're gonna stick to racism because I actually hold misogyny lives. I'm actually thinking of holding one tonight. I just don't know if I want to. But if you want to unlearn misogyny, I'm your girl. We're not going into misogyny right now. But yeah, go ahead, Calvin.
So here's the reason why I bet I can lay fingers on that you wouldn't rather be black and a woman, and it has nothing to do with misogyny. Because those two strikes alone, first of all, being black, you know you would be getting treated differently. As a black woman, you know I'm part of a minority, therefore I would make less off the cuff. I'd have to work 3 to 4 times harder than my counterparts, and you know this. So it has nothing to do with misogyny because I work in a field, and prior to that field that I'm in now, I've worked around men, and every white teen man that I've asked has said the same question. Hey, they've answered it the same way. They wouldn't want to trade places with me. It didn't matter if I was a woman or not. They wouldn't want to be black, and they definitely wouldn't want to be black and a woman. And then on top of that, to have to deal with the medical field and everything else that we deal with, it's a totally different aspect.
Mm-hmm.
So, I know the reason why you answered that way. And to ALR in the comments, I know you're going hard for me. K through 12 is free to the students. The schooling itself is not free. Teachers still have to pay. We may qualify for loan forgiveness, but it's only 17% of what we owe. And that's like $17,500. The rest of it I have to pay for myself. And we have to continue to get our degrees. Every 10 years, we have to get continuing EUs, continuing educational credits in order to work. So I don't know what teacher you know, but our jobs are not free. And the schools don't pay for it.
Can I ask you something?
Oh Lord. Yes.
How
Is
long
it
have you
your
been
turn?
teaching?
Hold on a second. Before this moves on, I want to make sure, before Cowgirl continues, do you think your taxes pay for teachers? That's the question to the
I
person.
think teachers
And
are
the chat,
underpaid. Teachers are
and
underpaid.
Michael, stop talking.
So stop telling me to stop talking. Why do you do that?
Shut
What gives you the
the
power to do
entire
that?
F up.
Stop yelling.
I'd like to be clear, Michael. You did not last very long, and I'm going to end up dropping you again because you cannot shut up. You were just told in the comments that you were going to have to wait your turn. Laser was nice enough to bring you back up here, even though there's probably somebody else in the queue ahead of you. And that was pretty nice. And you still got up here and ran your flappers. I dropped you, and I'll do it again.
So I'm going to ask the question again, because one of the problems that I think Cowgirl is dealing with people in the comments is, do you believe that teachers are taxpayer dollars? That's what I want to know. Someone said yes.
So that doesn't occur across all states. Now all states
No,
give
Cowgirl, I don't want you.
teachers.
Hold on. Cowgirl, I don't want you to defend yourself yet. I don't think you even need to. I don't think you even need to defend yourself. So are police taxpayer dollars? Cause y'all are weird. Say police are taxpayer dollars too.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
None of you are doing that. I'm not seeing that. All of you that are trying to challenging us won't say police are taxpayer dollars, but those who are still challenging us because you want parents' rights in schools are challenging us with taxpayer dollars. Do you understand how freaking wild that is? You're picking and choosing where your dollars go and where you think you have a say and when you don't. As if we don't have a say. As if we're not paying taxes. Cowgirl, I didn't need you to go any further because I don't even think it's necessary. I wanted to make sure that it was understood that these people are sitting here going, well, teachers are taxpayer dollars, police are not, and somehow I get a say on both.
What's weird to me is that they assume that I can be racist because I'm stating facts. This man came up here and made a racist talking point and I countered it. And now I'm racist because I stated facts. But y'all don't know the etymology of words. So I would love to know who I've oppressed and who anybody that looked like me has oppressed recently in my life. Because it's not how racism works. But that's not the topic up here. So I'll move on. Class will be on another day.
And another day. Also, Jazzy, come up.
I sent her an invite. I sent her an invite.
Say that with your
Jazzy,
chest to black women. Come
Jazzy
up.
does this every day. She's not coming up.
Oh, wow. So you want to be A-list in the comments? Okay, cool. I'm gonna mute you, and I'm keep muting you until you come up.
You won't.
Okay, Granny, I didn't realize that. Sadie is up here. If Sadie wants to say anything, please feel free, I think, at this point, because the men were
Yeah, it's their thing.
I have been sorry, Sadie, 39, white, she, her. These fragile YT men are some of the most disrespectful, ill-mannered troglodytes I have ever encountered in my life. That's all I got to say right now. I'm glad I finally got to introduce myself, so maybe I can take some of them to task. And hell no, I am not proud of nothing about this godforsaken country.
I'm just trying to figure out. None of y'all are mad that she called y'all troglodytes. It's crazy.
They don't even know what that is.
I know what it is, but it's because it wasn't one of us. If it was one of us, it'd be, oh my God, they're being racist.
I'm
Well,
Princess 49, black, she, her. And here's the problem with this. I feel where too many white people are in love with the myth of America, and they're proud of the myth of America. And so they put on their patriotic beer goggles and talk about how proud they are of America, even while the America that, the silent generation, my grandparents fought for, no longer exists. And mostly that's a result of the fear that white people have of black people and indigenous people having power. And so y'all are willing to give up your rights. So what's to be proud of when you found a country on freedom and then use enslavement of other people to power your economy? What's to be proud of there? While everybody's being all hypocritical and honorable. And B, what's to be proud of when you currently live in a country where you have permitted some of your most basic rights to be stripped away from you because you keep getting distracted by whatever racist dog whistles are being blown at you. What's to be proud of? Because y'all are not even willing to fight for your own freedoms. I'm done.
So I didn't introduce myself because I came in hot. Cowgirl, 51 as of Tuesday. Yay. Yep.
Happy belated birthday.
Thank you. She, her, and my race is black. And our ancestors would be proud of us because we have persevered in a land that sought to unalive us from the time we stepped foot in here on it. And it wasn't 1692. We were here prior to that. But yet and still we persevered. We helped build such places as Harvard, the White House, and other places, and still have not gotten credit for it. We're still educating children. We're still raising our children. We're still growing. We're still learning. And yet we have not done the same things that have been done to us, which makes us better. At the end of the day, as long as we keep persevering, I don't see a problem. But there's nothing to be proud of this country because it was stolen from someone else. And those indigenous people have never gotten the accolades. They've never gotten the thanks for what they did to make sure those people that came here and stole it from them were able to live and breathe. So in my mind, I don't see where there's anything to be grateful for or proud of when it was done and put upon the backs of others. If you want to be proud of something, be proud of going back and doing that on your own land. Don't come and steal somebody else's and then try to say, oh, we did it. But we use this person to do it and we use that person to do it. Pride is when you do something yourself. It's not when you use other people to do the work for yourself. I'm proud of everything that I earned because I did it myself.
If you want to be proud of this country, then fight for it. Make sure that it is no longer a place that is unsafe for people of color. Do you know we are literally on travel advisories for other countries that, people of color are not safe here in the United States of America? That's tourism. And y'all have schools that are teaching black children or teaching all children that slavery was a benefit. And and asleep at the wheel. Asleep at the wheel. What exactly are you doing that you should be proud of this country for? What exactly are you doing? Because I watched, Americans asleep at the wheel get their allow the government to schmorcher people under the law, under the color of authority, and to wiretap them, all of that stuff, and not educate your children. 49% of Americans, 6th grade reading level, grown-ups. So, I feel like with Americans, pride is with YT Americans, pride is a fairy tale, because y'all have learned nothing but helplessness. And those are my thoughts.
YT pride is racism, point blank in the story, period. Next paragraph.
I agree with that. So
The
do
reason
you know
why
this?
I'm
Can I
giving a
just
side eye.
make this comment?
Okay,
real
go ahead.
quick? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So do you understand that gentleman that came up and said LeBron's schools were and scores ? Do you understand when I keep trying to explain to my people that the minute they think that they can have a place where we're quote unquote isolated, they get to use it as justification to cause harm? Like it's not the scoring. Like the scoring doesn't matter. It's not different than anything else. What they're doing is they're saying a black man created a space safe for black children, and they didn't want that. And not only did they not want that, but they basically went back and said, hey, that's no different than the other schools. Why should black children be in spaces alone with the same scoring? That part I don't think y'all are catching. I think people are missing when people say that.
I caught that. No, I definitely caught that. And that's why Cowgirl came up and said what she said. She caught it too. That's why she said what she said. Aaron, you have your hand up and you've been so patient. Go ahead. Aaron, you got the floor.
I think he might be need a mute set.
Yeah, sorry. What I wanted to ask was, in all genuine honesty, so I understand you say being proud to be white is racist, but also that being colorblind is wrong. So what is the appropriate feeling in your mind for someone who is YT? Like what kind of, do I have to be ashamed of the color of my skin?
So here's the thing. I know Blazer got her hand up, but I never said that you don't have to be proud to be white. But it's the difference being proud and being white and being a flat out on the toes running racist. Because at the end of the day, all white people are racist. I know that might hurt your feelings, but that's what it is. Just like I know I was raised to be anti-black because of the systems that we're raised in. But when you run around and you holler that you are proud to be white like that, what are you actually being proud of? What history are you being proud of? Because I don't run around here hollering about I'm black and I'm proud. I don't do that. That was in the 70s. We don't do that no more. Because we don't have to. But we're not asking you to be ashamed of what your forefathers did, but we're asking you to be accountable for it and say, hey, this occurred and I want to do better by voting differently, by talking to people that look like me, by making a change, instead of trying to point one finger at me while 4 more point back at you. That's what we're asking for.
I'm just trying to live my life just like everybody else is. Get through a day, pay my bills, love my children. I'm not generally give much thought to these kind of conversations, to be honest. And voting is my right. I don't think a vote can be racist. Just because I
Oh,
vote
this
for
time it
smaller
can be.
government.
What?
I vote for smaller government.
Here's
I don't. I think government is
Can
out of
I?
control. Go ahead.
digital system.
Yeah.
Okay,
Can I?
wait.
Yeah. Go
I
ahead.
think Blazer was supposed to go first.
Sorry.
So do you honestly realize that our vote is still being taken? We are not being granted the same vote as you.
I was unaware of that.
Okay, I'm gonna let Blazer go. I'm done.
So you're not allowed to vote because you're black? Is that what you're saying?
SB 202 in Georgia. Yes. There's more than SB 202. There's 400 laws that are now being put in place after 2020 to come after our right to vote. Not yours. Ours.
Do any of them say that if you are black you can't vote?
Every one of them are designed that how black people vote. How
Well,
black people vote.
give me a for instance. Give me one example.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this really carefully. White people vote differently than black people. That means you can figure out how black people vote and then put laws in place about how black people vote. Got it?
Okay, you're gonna have to be more specific. How do
okay,
black people
so-
vote that's different than white people?
So wait, hold on. So I'm pretty sure that John has a lot more information on voting and stuff and all that. Cause I have more knowledge on misogyny than I do with racism. But
Blazer, I gotta drop down. They're calling me to another live. Thank you so much.
absolutely, yes, ma'am. Absolutely, love ya. I want you to understand that it might not specifically say that black people cannot vote. I'm sorry, I'm trying to concentrate.
I understand
They're not
that.
specifically
So just
saying that they cannot vote simply because they're black. They're saying they're going to put it in different, worded a different way so that it's subtle. That's
okay. If I may, Miss Digital Sister, she said that there's lots and lots and lots of these laws. I'm asking for just one example or maybe a couple of examples of laws that are in place that discourage or prohibit certain people from voting.
I can give you more
What was
than
it?
one. I gave you more than one, but here's the problem.
What?
Here's the problem.
No, you didn't. You didn't give me any specific law.
More than one.
Take a breath, Aaron. Take a breath.
I gave you more than one already. Okay?
I must have missed it.
You're asking for more. That is my problem. You're asking for additional one.
Okay. What was the one you gave me?
Tell me the one I gave you
What?
first, and I'll give you the second one.
I don't. If I
At least what state was it in? At least what state was it in? Just so we know you're listening, Aaron.
Oh, I'm listening. I'm really struggling. I don't honestly. I am not trying to be disrespectful.
People are giving you hints in the comments.
Oh, I'm not even reading the comments. Okay, so Georgia. What was the law? Are we talking about voter ID?
If you scroll up, there's more information.
Oh man.
So that shows that you weren't really listening, Aaron.
Okay, SB 202.
But Aaron, do you see what you just did? Yeah. But
No, I don't.
Aaron, do you
I
see what you just
apologize.
did? You are so activated right now. You asked Digital Sister to answer a question about how voting is, how the black vote is suppressed. She gave you chapter and verse of a law. and you did
Yeah, but I
not
don't know
even
that chapter and
hold
verse.
on,
I'm
hold on.
asking what the law was.
No, but you can look that up by yourself. I mean, when someone gives you the
Okay,
gives
that's
you
not
the
helpful
no,
for
hold
this
up.
conversation, though.
Hold up. All you have to do is like hit Google, and I mean, it takes 5 seconds to do that. Are you saying that it is now not only her job to give you chapter and verse of the law, but also to explain the law to you? That's not what happened. What happened was you are not listening because you are activated. And
Okay.
you're going to have to calm down a little bit and hear what people
pretty
are
calm.
saying to you. No, not really. Because you're getting ready to rake her over the coals over not giving you a single law. And that is exactly what she did. People in the comments were quoting the law to you, trying to help you out. But you weren't paying attention to her.
Okay, all right, people in the comments, what is SB 202? Voter ID law? Is that what it is?
No. I'm gonna stop you right there. No. Now, I'm asked. Now, what we're gonna do is we're going to go to James really quick. James, can we get your name, your age, your race, and your pronouns, please?
Yeah, I talked before. James, 35, he, him.
What's your race?
White.
Awesome. So James and John Brown, my fellow ladies on the panel, it's going to be James and John Brown who are going to have a talk with Aaron. Yes, I know we want to get in, but we need to let our mass presenting and men to do the labor for us at this moment. So I'm going to go on mute.
Okay.
So, James, what are your thoughts on the background?
Yeah, I mean, you can be proud. I guess if you consider the white supremacist country, I mean, you can be proud of other things, or you can say, well, I don't really believe that that's the case. Or if it is the case, it's not a binary thing, and it's a lot less whitey supremacist than it was even recently.
Well, I would say to that right now, if you go on the Southern Poverty Law Center's website, there's over 1,200 hate groups in this country. So that's about 24 a state. And then the FBI itself said that white domestic terrorism is the biggest threat to this country.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
so and that's what these hate groups are.
Yeah. No, I agree.
And you hear a lot of calls from the right for a second civil war. Well, who do you think they're targeting?
I mean, there's these things, but when I think of a white supremacist country, I think, is the government and the system and all that. And you're talking about some kind of pretty useless, hate groups that aren't the same as this idea that you've got this crushing institutionalized white supremacist system when, we've got it's not really like that. When you look at the federal government and the people that are running for election and the parties, it's not like
I'm sorry, do you live here?
Yeah. We've got a black vice president who's
Do
pretty
you
much
live
the
in the
president.
United States of America?
Yeah, I live in the U.S.
Do you have at least I'd say 20 hours a week to go outside?
I don't go outside 20 hours a week, but I kind of go out in public, and it seems like a relatively, in the real world, you kind of just see people getting along. Yeah.
My friend, you have blinders on.
Oh,
And
okay.
and you cannot see.
What do you see that's white supremacist when you walk around in society?
When I walk around in society, what do I
In
see as
20
white
hours when you're
supremacy?
outdoors, what do you
Red
see?
hats, red shirts, Trump flags, Confederate flags, people walking around, white people walking around thinking that it's totally fine to say the N word or that black girl or the one that, that black girl that works for you. Should I go on?
Well, no, I
Maybe
guess if
you
you
should-
consider
maybe you should go
the
outside.
50% of the country that would support Trump as white supremacists, then I guess you could consider half the country white supremacists.
Go ahead, John.
So here's the thing, James. When we look back at you want to look back in our history where the government was implementing housing discrimination, all the segregation throughout the country. You have to remember that white people, down to the most blue collar average Joe kind of guy, they were complicit in it. So when the government said, hey, this area is designated for, this is a white neighborhood, and then over here is the black neighborhood, blah, blah, blah. When Black Americans tried to buy homes in those so-called designated white areas, there was always backlash from the neighborhood, from regular white people. So like white people would, if a black family bought a house in that neighborhood, they would either, most of the time it was, they would get rocks, break all the windows on the house. They would BOMB the house and unalive the family. They would, another thing white people would do was buy the house next door and play music all night to intimidate them, to get them out. So, and there was in the 60s, they did a huge study on racism. The government did. It was, so what we had from that, we had the Kerner Commission report. And it said from the most elite white person down to the, poorest blue collar, average Joe white guy, we were all complicit in racism and white supremacy, just, at certain levels. So, I mean, I don't understand how that has changed where we have it's 2024 and we still have, redlining and gentrification. We have an unjust justice system and police brutality that disproportionately affect Black Americans and other people of color. So, it's like, I don't see how much
I think
has
you
changed.
could maybe take a little pride in saying, well, this country, for these 40, 60 years since the time you're talking about, the government and the government is the country. The federal government has spent a lot of time fixing.
400 years.
Right. Yeah, sorry. And I'm just talking about the last since like the 60s. And
No, you can't do that.
Well, and I'm talking about
400.
this minute. I'm saying right now you have.
No. The problem that you're doing is you're removing everything else that happened before.
So you can't.
400
You're right.
years.
So you can't be proud to live in a country that has a bad history, even if it's
It has
changing.
not fixed 400 years of harm.
All right. So if you don't fix it 100%, you have to wait until there's the time that's impossible.
James, I have a
so-
question.
Hold on, John. Just really quick.
Okay.
So, like, you're coming from the talking point of segregation when I have this question to ask you. My question that I'm going to ask you is why did people of color have to fight for their rights in the first place?
Well, because of just lack of rights and segregation, and they fought for it. And
No. I need you to really answer the question. The same way that I would ask a man why women had to fight for their rights in the first place, I'm asking, as someone who
They
is a
fight?
black person, why did we have to fight for rights to be seen as quote unquote equal or even have an equity in this country in the first place?
I don't know, because everything started in a place where they didn't consider some people as people or citizens, and that was the starting point.
Who didn't?
Maybe you're not understanding
The
my
government, the
question.
nation. That's a real white supremacist. That's the obvious white supremacist government.
Maybe you're not understanding my question. John, do you understand my question? Because
Um,
I do understand people's perceptions and perspectives are very different, are very, very different. Um, but do you understand why I asked why did people of color and black people have to fight for the right to be free in the first place?
yeah, it's well. I think I'm sorry. I'm having a little bit of a I'm glitching here. Um, yeah, I'm sorry. Let me. I had a question in my head and I got off.
Can I?
Well, don't laugh, James. It's not funny.
Is it okay if I step in, Blazer?
Absolutely.
Okay. So when Blazer asks you the question about, why it is that we had to fight for our rights, you answered as if oppression was something that fell from the sky like manna with no human hand attached to it. So the question really is, why is it so hard? Well, not really, but why are you having such a hard time saying that YT people in this country did not think anyone should have rights but them?
Yeah,
Why is that so hard to say?
no, that's accurate.
No, but I'm seriously asking you though.
Well, I
why
mean,
is that so hard to say?
because it's just like was obvious. I thought it was more of a complex question.
No, but why? Because you were having a hard time saying it. You still haven't said it.
Yeah, I mean, starting out where only like white property owners could vote and have a say in government, to extending it to, oh well, you're black people can vote, and then extending the Constitution, the Bill of Rights amendment to say now women can vote. I mean, yeah, every one of those was a big fight.
Right.
And that's progress, and
You're still struggling to, because here's what's the thing is that the power concedes nothing without a fight. So the fight had to be to make this country fulfill the promises that it made at its inception. So that was black people.
It wasn't only black people.
That was primarily, darling. Because if it wasn't for black people, we would still have enslavement. You guys would not have just decided, oh, hey, you know what? Let's share all our stuff.
Maybe, I don't know. There was literally a civil war over this.
When have you seen that happen? When have you seen that happen where one person has absolute power over another person and then just decides to give them their stuff?
I mean, I don't know. It feels like the women's rights to vote kind of happened in a little bit like that.
It really didn't.
Hold on. Can we acknowledge that the civil rights, the Civil War was not because they wanted to free the slaves. It was because they wanted to keep states' rights to continue slavery. And the only reason why the North, right, it wasn't that they wanted to free the slaves, is because they realized that the economy of slavery in the United States hurted their dollar in other countries. A lot of countries were not trading with them because it was coming from slave labor. So, I just don't understand why the Civil War keeps being brought up.
No, I think there's a complicated. I'm sorry, Blaze. I don't want to go too far into this because I think these two people are going to have a completely different conversation, and I just want to make sure that even the part that you're bringing up is not actually fully true. So I'm going to go back to the basics of what they believe the civil rights to be, which is they believe it's states' rights. Correct? Yes or no?
What? I don't know. I don't know. The Civil War.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that out of the, there's obviously there were a lot of abolitionists in the North and a lot
No,
of
I'm asking you, was it over states' rights, yes or no?
no.
Okay. Then what was
Yeah,
it over?
I mean, it was over the South wanted to secede from the Union, which I think was primarily because they didn't want to give up slavery.
So it was over slavery.
Yeah, well, I mean, pretty much.
Okay. Since you're probably the only one who's willing to admit that, because I don't remember a white tea person that I've ever had a conversation that's willing to admit that part.
I mean, maybe like the new, the Florida laws about what you can teach are changing the people, but
No.
from what I,
The average person will claim that the Confederate flag is not a traitor flag.
oh yeah, no, you're right.
It's a succession.
Yeah,
It is succession. Like literally every once in a while I need to get back up and go get to my computer to read the words from the states who were claiming succession because of Abraham Lincoln.
yeah,
They knew he was going to
yeah.
give us freedom.
No, I agree. I think I hear in the South, like they still have textbooks where they call it the War of Northern Aggression, and they just, it's understandable. They're trying to not make themselves look as bad as, no one wants to admit they fought a war over trying to keep slavery as an institution. So, oh yeah, states' rights, but I don't think anyone really believes that. Even the hillbillies that argue it, or rednecks, I forget what the term is.
They argue it to the hilt.
Well, that's not helpful. What I was saying was, hey, you can be a little bit proud of the country because of the progress they've made.
No.
Yeah,
No, you can't jump around. You can't. You can't jump past that.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. But I'm being serious about this. Many of those people are claiming heritage, putting up statues because they want the right to continue to say it was states' rights and not slavery.
Yeah, that's just silly, because then you say, okay, so you wanted every state to have the right to either allow or not allow slavery. Is that something you think was sustainable? It's so stupid. And I'm
gonna pause you, and I see someone up top John, is trying to talk, but no, seriously, that's really what they wanted. They didn't want federal oversight because they wanted states' rights for slavery.
Yeah. Which is why, like I say, I think, the states or whatever, but for the most part, ever since, sending the National Guard in to forcibly desegregate schools from the Supreme Court decisions like Brown Board and what's the other one, and back to, the judiciary and the federal and the executive has done a pretty progressive job of being progressive. And, well, they've no. Well, the proof is in the pudding.
No, I can give the proof.
What?
But right now, John needs to go because you're just doing the thing.
And I'm just going to say really quickly that the proof is only in the pudding if you are existing in this country in a skin that's not white. And then you know what the pudding tastes like. Otherwise, you're just an observer. And you're not seeing pudding with that. You don't like pudding? Yeah. We don't like the pudding anyway.
I know. I didn't say I didn't like pudding. I said now I want pudding. Thank you.
Sorry. Go ahead, John. Because that whole last thing was just.
I got two questions for you, James. First off, what level of oppression is okay to you? Because you keep saying that things have gotten better. But, in my head, if they're still going on, how is it better?
Well, because it's not like an all or nothing thing. You're never going to get to you're never going to get to a totally equal and free.
Why
There's
not?
always unjust. So I mean, I think you can take pride in progress. The fact that I bet if we were
Wouldn't
having
feel
this
that way if
conversation, 20 years ago, you would have thought it would have been impossible that we'd have a, black attorney general and president and vice president, and it happens just like very recently, and you see progress happen very quickly. I remember when no presidential candidate would say anything about legalizing gay marriage or adoption, and suddenly it's happening.
Okay, James, John is about to go. So 400 years, a black president we should be thankful for out of what, 45? Do you understand what you're saying?
Yeah, the fact that they're all
Do you
wasps
understand
up
what
in,
that means? Do you understand what you're saying?
yeah, it's like you can say, hey, at least we got 3% of the presidents.
Oh my goodness gracious. Never mind. Go ahead, John.
So, oh my. I don't understand. I think if you were going through that and you were experiencing it, and your family members were experiencing it, and you had a history of family members who had been hurt by this, we look today, okay? So black Americans get 19% longer sentences than white people for committing the same crimes. Black Americans are getting unalived at 3 times the rate by police. How is that? I don't know. I don't understand how that's acceptable. Like we could look and then you want a pat on the back. You want a cookie for going, well, it's not like it was in 1960. It's still pretty horrific to me in a country that claims to be the greatest country on earth. But I want to ask you another question: is what is your opinion? What do you think white supremacy is?
I think it's like a system that actively discriminates against and benefits white people and discriminates and gives them extra advantages and privileges.
Okay, why?
Why do I? Why
Okay,
did? Why,
well here's what I'm saying. I think most white people think that being a white supremacist and being a racist and a white or a white supremacist is screaming racial epithets and wearing a triple K uniform.
No.
But it's not. So even to the point where James, where we talk about all white people are inherently racist, inherently meaning in a characteristic or essential way. And in this country, from the founding and the building of this country, racism and white supremacy have been essential. So, for me, okay, like I grew up hearing racist stereotypes, racist jokes from a very young age. So the problem is for white children, when they grow up hearing that, so by the time they become an adult, it's been reinforced so many times that they become those racist stereotypes and racist jokes become our beliefs of who and what black people are. So you don't have to be like some, you don't have to be wearing a triple K uniform and out screaming racial epithets to be racist. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And with that ideology,
John, you're not racist, are you?
He
what's
is.
that? I'm inherently
John,
racist.
you're not
sure.
racist, are you?
I'm inherently racist. It's
You are
something
racist?
I work. I'm inherently
Everyone
racist.
is.
Hold on, let me finish. So I work every day to unlearn it because I've heard, I know the stereotypes. I have all those bad things in my head because I heard them growing up from family members, friends, other white people in my community. So it's there, and as much as I try to suppress it subconsciously, it's there. These are biases I have that I have to work to unlearn. And I think that's the responsibility of white people today. And nobody's trying to hold us accountable for things that happened 100 years ago. But I have to be accountable for, what my grandfather taught my father and what my father taught me. I have to unlearn it so that I don't hand that, I don't hand that down to I don't teach my kids that. That's my responsibility. I think that's white people's responsibility today. We have to unlearn it. I've debunked every racist stereotype. It's all garbage. It's all white supremacist lies and half truths. Oh, he left. Okay.
He got bumped because TikTok bumped him for some reason.
Oh, okay.